Please help me welcome Mr. Frank Wolf.
Well, thank you. Well, thank you very much, and I appreciate the panelists too. And I'm going to cut my remarks short, so I don't tell you what's going on because you know what's going on. But what I'm going to say is why all of this ought to be involved. And then lastly, perhaps the most important thing, what we can do, not an op-ed piece or something, what we can do to make a difference. I have been to Syria. I have been to Iraq. I have been to Egypt. I was the first member of Congress to go to Iraq after the war broke out, and I've been back many, many times and have kept in touch with the people of the region. The people and the places in the Middle East are the subject of the Bible. Why are the religious leaders not speaking about this? In Syria, where I've been, the Apostle Paul, who wrote 13 books from the New Testament, met Jesus. He met Jesus on the road to Damascus. The house that Ananias went, where Paul met, I have been to that house. Is that house now going to be taken over by a terrorist group? The Christian community in Syria has roots dating back to the first century. So how can you not say, if you're a person of faith, how can you not say you don't care about Syria? In Egypt, as told in Matthew 2, Jesus and Mary and Joseph, they fled to Egypt. Jesus went to Egypt. Joseph was sold into slavery and taken to Egypt, where he eventually saved his family. Moses, have you ever heard of Moses? If you're a religious leader, have you ever heard of Moses? Moses was born in Egypt and led the Israelites out of the Egyptian slavery. So how? I don't understand this. How can we not say that we're interested in Egypt, in Iraq? With the exception of Israel, the Bible refers more to the cities and the regions and the ancient nations of Iraq more than any other country of the world. The patriarch Abraham came from Ur, a city in Iraq now called Nasiriyah, where I went when the war broke out. We went to Nasiriyah. We saw the site there. Abraham came from Iraq. The spiritual revival, as told in the book of Jonah, occurred where? It occurred in Nineveh, where ISIS blew up the tomb. They blew up the tomb. I've been to Mosul. Blew up the tomb of Jonah. And the world almost didn't say very, very much in Mosul. The events of the book of Daniel took place in Iraq. So how? I just don't understand how a government official or how a religious leader cannot speak out and be involved with regard to what's taking place in Iraq. Now, over the span of a few decades, the Middle East, with the exception of Israel, has virtually, as we heard from Hillary, who I appreciate Hillary's good work, has emptied of the vibrant Jewish communities. The Christian community is seeing the decline in the cradle of Christianity. If the Middle East is emptied, as it is being, don't pretend it's not taking place, as it is being, there will be grave geopolitical, and I would say, quite frankly, spiritual implications. We have seen the Yazidi community, and God bless the Yazidi community. They've been devastated. There are 25, 26, 2,700 women and girls who have been taken by ISIS, and many of them, they know where they are. I've been to Mount Sinjar. I saw the spot where they came. I've been to Sinjar City. I've been to the camps. I've been to the camp where the Yazidis were, and there was an old man. He said, "Do I have to stay here?" I went back. I told my wife, I couldn't imagine, Carol, living in that camp. I couldn't imagine it. So how can we not say that we don't care about the Yazidis? We've seen how bad things are for religious minorities in these countries. And for those who care, I would say to this administration, for those who care about our national security, we also need to consider the threats coming from this region. So the question is, why should we be involved? Why should this be a priority? Not just a kind of a nasty thought, but why should this not be a priority for Secretary Rubio and the State Department and the Trump administration? And now what can be done? In Ecclesiastes 4:1, I know you all know the verse. It's one of my favorite ones from the Bible because you can feel the pain. It said, again I looked. I saw all the oppression that was taking place under the sun. I saw the tears. I saw the tears of the oppressed, and they have no comforter. Power was on the side of the oppressors, and they have no comforter. In Luke 4, Jesus said that God sent him to, quote, proclaim freedom for the prisoners and to release the oppressed. Are we, I just can't understand it when I look at the world. Are we not in the West now burdened by the injustice and the religious persecution in the Middle East? It's a biblical mandate for all the religious leaders. I mean, this is a biblical mandate. Here are some ideas. Not just to talk about, I didn't come here to talk about it. I threw the beginning of the speech away. I didn't talk about just how bad it is, but here are some ideas to consider that I believe, in my heart of hearts, I believe will help Christians and other religious minorities and will help fight anti-Semitism. One, working together. And I want to, Lindsay, I appreciate it. I think it's good that you have all the groups together. There are some other groups out there that I think you should bring in because there's all for one and one for all. So working together is important. I hope you will continue this cooperation, especially when you consider the lobbyists that are working for some of these governments and spending a lot of money to work against the very interest of what you're saying, and to work against, quite frankly, what it says in the Bible, to work against, again, what Jesus said. So I believe you should expand your coalition to include other organizations and other groups, and they're out there to share your concerns. Two, listen carefully on this. This should be done as a group. You should ask for a meeting as a group, not just one, not just two, as a group. You should ask for a meeting with Secretary Rubio to express your concerns. Secretary Rubio has always been supportive of international religious freedom. So this must be a priority for Secretary Rubio. Ask him. Say, Mr. Secretary, can you give me the name of a person on your staff that can be our contact, who we can call when we have a problem, and who through we can pass information on to you? So first, you ought to ask as a coalition. You ought to ask for a meeting, and Rubio is a good guy. You should ask for a meeting, not just one little group here, a coalition to meet with Secretary Rubio. Three, and nothing I'm saying here is impossible. You should ask for a meeting with President Trump as a coalition and ask him to make this a priority. Say, Mr. President, would you not make this a priority with regard to what's taken to the persecuted church in the Middle East? And then when you get there, and you will get there, ask him to say, what member of your staff can we contact when we have a problem? You should also meet with House Speaker Mike Johnson and Senate Majority Leader John Thune. They're both good men. They're both good men. They're both men of faith. I know them both. You should meet with them. Not just one group, but as a coalition, come together and meet with them. As well, you should meet with the chairman of the House and Senate Foreign Relations Committee. They're both good guys. They're both good guys. Meet with them. Ask. And then, I don't know, there used to be a caucus in the House that advocated for Christians and other minorities in the Middle East. I don't know if the caucus is is active. Is it active? But if it should be reinvigorated. And members of Congress, bipartisan, should be encouraged to join it. And there should be congressional delegations. There should be congressional delegations going to Syria, gone to Egypt, gone to Iraq, and not wasting all your time in the American embassy going out and talking to the people, going into the churches, meeting with the people, listening to them, hearing their pain, because if a congressman who does that comes back and has a passion to deal with this problem. Next, I suggest that you have a delegation of your group to travel to Rome to meet with Pope Leo. Pope Leo is a good guy. I'm sure, I know that Pope Leo cares about what happens in the Middle East, the cradle of Christianity. I just read a book. I urge you to get the book if you can. There's a book by a professor at Grove City College. His name was Paul Kengor, Kengor. It's about how President Reagan and Pope John Paul worked together to defeat communism. Communism was defeated not by the Congress. Congress was defeated. Communism was defeated by Ronald Reagan and Pope John Paul. They met. Read Kengor's book. They met over and over and over and over. When Ronald Reagan was president, Ronald Reagan also always spoke out about persecution. There's a story, and I may not have it actually exactly right, but the Russian ambassador came in one day to the American Secretary of State, George Shultz, and said, Secretary Shultz, every time I talk to the president, the first thing he talks about is human rights and religious freedom. And George Shultz says, well, that's amazing, because the first thing whenever I meet with the president, the first thing he talks about is human rights and religious freedom. Ronald Reagan always spoke out, and I think our leaders need to speak out on these issues. Next, you should send a letter, and this has to be done. You should send a letter to all the religious leaders imploring them to speak out for Christians and other minorities in the Middle East and to fight anti-Semitism. The Protestant Church and the Catholic Church almost needs a Dietrich Bonhoeffer movement. You need to send a letter to all of them and asking them to speak out. The church in the West must be involved. I personally am speaking for myself. I've been disappointed in the lack of interest and action by the church in the West. During the Civil Rights Movement, Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King expressed it well. Dr. King said, and I quote Dr. King, he said, in deep disappointment, I have wept over the laxity of the church. Dr. King went on to say, so often the contemporary church is a weak, ineffectual voice with an uncertain sound. Number 7. After the international religious freedom legislation passed, there was a successful effort to have an international religious freedom Sunday in every church. There was actually a group formed out in Chicago somewhere, and they would have a service where they would bring in somebody from a persecuted country, maybe somebody from Sudan and somebody from China, or somebody from wherever, and they would tell what was going on. This has to be started again. The churches need to bring somebody in that understands what is taking place in just not another country, but in the cradle of Christianity. Also, as a group, you should be involved in who the ambassadors are in Syria and in Egypt and in Iraq. I remember once I was in Iraq, I was in Syria, Egypt, and I was talking to the Coptic community, and they said, Mr. Wolf, I don't feel comfortable going to the American embassy. I didn't understand it because they said, we don't think the American embassy, and I'm not trying to tie down the day so you can find out who the ambassador was. They did not feel comfortable. Yet I remember in 1980 when we used to go to Romania the American embassy was an island of freedom. Whenever the Christian community got to the American embassy, they felt like they were loved, they were cared. The American embassy in every country, in Iraq, in Egypt, in Syria, and you should be involved in who the next ambassador is going to be, should always, frankly, I can't understand why it wouldn't be, should always be an island of freedom. So anybody who's concerned about this issue can get to there, they feel that they are in an island of freedom. Last month, and I urge you to do this, don't be afraid. Last month, there was an article in the Free Press entitled, "How Qatar Bought America." Among other alarming facts, it states that Qatar is the largest foreign funder of U.S. colleges and universities in the world, $6.3 billion. $6.3 billion from Qatar? Qatar should be banned. There should be legislation in Congress. Qatar should be banned from giving money to American universities and think tanks. Qatar is spreading hate. They're spreading the seeds of anti-Semitism. And we are seeing the results on American college campuses. And it is spreading in our society at large. 3 examples we all know about. The burning of Pennsylvania Governor Shapiro's house, my home state where I come from in Pennsylvania. They burned his house because it was Jewish. We saw what happened at the Capitol Museum, the Jewish Museum, not very far from here. 2 people were killed. And we saw the attack in Boulder, Colorado a few months ago. A look at history, and I'm going to be very controversial perhaps, but a look at history tells us how this happens. American involvement in World War II, which my dad fought in, began in 1941. The war in Europe against the Nazis began in 1939. But the seeds of virulent anti-Semitism, which led to the Holocaust, were sown in the early 1930s by the Nazis. They were sown in 1931, 1932, 1933, 1934, 1935, 1936, 1937, 1938, and the world stood by. The world stood by and did, frankly, nothing. On September 16, 2014, a few months before I left Congress, I made a statement for the Congressional Record about the rise of anti-Semitism around the world. I'm alarmed how many of the things I spoke about have actually worsened. A phrase, and I know you'll understand this and you all have heard it, a phrase not often heard outside the majority Muslim world: first the Saudi people, then the Sunni people. The Saudi people are, of course, the Jews, and we see other communities throughout Syria, Egypt, and Iraq have been decimated. I remember my last trip to Egypt. I was there, it was 2014. I asked to meet with a leader of the Jewish community. I think her name was Esther. She had a store. And I went out to her that one night we met, and I said, "How many Jewish people are left in Egypt?" She said, "Mr. Wolf, I think 24, 25. And she said, "Mr. Wolf, we're all old." I don't know the exact number. Maybe Hillary had it again. I think there are 2 or 3 Jewish people left. And yet, when you read the USEF report, there's still anti-Semitism in the textbooks in Egypt. A similar fate is happening to the Christian communities, the Sunni people in these lands. In Iraq, the remaining Christian population is being squeezed, as Camilla said, from its ancestral homelands in Nineveh and the surrounding areas. The Yazidi community, God bless them, they're being treated poorly. They have no power, and many are leaving. Some are leaving to America. Some in Omaha, Nebraska. I mean, the Yazidi community ought to exercise its effort out in Omaha and the rest, but it's spreading. They're leaving. I would leave. My goodness, when have you been in the Yazidi camp and you can see, I told you the story about the old man, and I went home, I told my wife, I just couldn't imagine me living in that. So we see what's happened. In Egypt, and you know better, so we're not going to go into detail, the Coptic Christians being persecuted. And you know what's happening to many of the young women. You had a conference the other day. It's painful to see and hear, and many are leaving in droves. Now in Northern Virginia, there are 4 Coptic Christian community churches. In Syria, the Christian population has dramatically dropped. And other religious minorities, the Druze and the Alawites, are being threatened. And as one of the speakers said, I think the moderator, the new government leader has strong ties to terrorism. Some of his people from Idlib are now becoming in the military and in parts of the government. So we see the people in the cradle of Christianity being persecuted and forced out, and we see it every day. Just so you know, from a historical point of view, there are 2 quotes which I have learned and led and talked about that resonate with us today. In the 18th century, British parliamentarian, God bless him, William Wilberforce, said this to his fellow countrymen about the evils of the slave trade. Wilberforce said, "You may choose to look the other way, but you can never say again you do not know." Nobody in Congress can say they do not know. Nobody in the Trump administration can say they do not know. Nobody in the State Department can say they do not know. Nobody in the church, if you read the Washington Times, the New York Times, the Washington Post, you can't say you don't. You can't say you don't know. The second quote is from a friend of German Lutheran pastor and anti-Nazi dissident, Dietrich Bonhoeffer. Dietrich Bonhoeffer said, "Silence in the face of evil is evil itself." If you see something going on and you don't say anything, how do you do? It's evil not to speak. And then he went on to say, not to speak is to speak. If you don't say anything, you're actually saying anything. And then he said, not to act is to act. So I'm going to end on this last comment. Years ago, there was a slogan popular among Christian young people. It said, "What would Jesus do?" WWJD. You may remember it. There were bracelets in my church. There were bracelets, and they were T-shirts. Obviously, things in the modern world are dramatically different than in Jesus' days. Then there was no internet. There was no cell phone. There was no social media. There are no jet planes to travel. So really, what we should consider and add into that WWJD is, what would Jesus do if he were me today? I believe Jesus would be helping the persecuted Christians and other religious minorities in the Middle East and opposing the hate of anti-Semitism. The Trump administration should be doing the same. The State Department should be doing the same. The Congress should be doing the same. The church should be doing the same. And we all should be doing the same. Thank you very much.
Nobody can speak like Congressman Frank Wolf. Thank you again. Now it's truly an honor for us at Coptic Solidarity to welcome our next speaker, a distinguished public servant and longtime friend of Coptic Solidarity, an advocate for both economic stability and human rights, Congressman French Hill. Congressman Hill represents Central Arkansas, is now serving in his 6th term in the U.S. House of Representatives. He currently serves as chairman of the House Financial Services Committee, having previously led the subcommittee overseeing digital assets and financial technology, which are key areas for shaping the future of our global economy. He's also a member of the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, where he draws on decades of experience in international economics and national security. He's a proud Arkansan, where he's received numerous honors for his support of the Boy Scouts of America, the arts, the tourism, and historic preservation. He's also an avid sports outdoorsman. Please join me in welcoming a true friend and advocate for Coptic solidarity and for our mission, Chairman French Hill.
I know who to call for the eulogy. Thank you for that kind introduction. Didn't Frank Wolf confirm to you why he's a national treasure? Thank you, Frank. We wouldn't have the commitment of the United States government so passionately in asserting that basic human freedom of religion without Frank's incredible work here in Congress and Tom Lantos and many others who dedicated so much of their time in public life, in public service to that most basic of human rights, which is that human right of association and freedom of religion. Great to be back with you, and great to have you back in the U.S. Capitol. For the decade I've been in Congress, I've always been dedicated to fighting for religious liberty in our own country as well as abroad, and certainly standing up for religious minorities as so eloquently just outlined by former Congressman Wolf. And a lot of that galvanization for the Coptic community in Egypt centered around the horrific events of 2015, when across the national news wires around the world saw the 21 Copts captured, killed, tortured, beheaded for refusing to renounce their Christian faith. These men were not soldiers, they weren't preachers, they were just ordinary people. They were laborers, fathers, dads, brothers, and in the face of unimaginable horror, they did not flinch. They did not renounce their faith. Their final words were prayers to Jesus Christ. And I think the whole world took inspiration from that. But we also took horror in it, that somebody could have that kind of brutal, sick attitude that was so pervasive, not only just in the Middle East, but around the world. So since that 2015 time, I think it's been a real galvanization educational moment for policymakers here in Washington to remember that time. I bring greetings to you from St. George's Coptic Church in Little Rock. We are blessed with our expanding population in Little Rock and wish them well as they grow their parish home. And while the Coptic Christians are the largest religious minority in the Middle East, they continue to endure discrimination, violence, and systematic injustice in Egypt. On June 1st, I was encouraged to see President Trump honor Global Coptic Day. Some positive steps that the White House has taken to honor Coptic Christians and religious freedom include, President Trump's personal devotion to religious freedom, which is significant. And here at home, he's established the Religious Liberty Commission. He signed an executive order to eradicate anti-Christian bias in the United States. All of this is part of this social movement across our country here in America of secularism, which I think President Trump has really made it one of his personal objectives to stamp out, to stand for religious liberty, to stand with a central place for God in our lives, or not, but not to have the government demand the secularization, of a country founded like the United States, dedicated to religious liberty as a fundamental tenet. He's also, I think, headed in the right direction about the export of secularism, which in my work in the Intelligence Committee and former work on the House Foreign Affairs Committee, I see everywhere I travel. I tell one of the most disturbing stories was a visit in 2023 to Erbil. I was up there on some House Intelligence Committee business, but I asked to see the Roman Catholic bishop, to ask him how things were going post-ISIS. How is the hospital in Mosul? How is the university in Mosul? How is the faith community in the north of Iraq? And he gave me such a wonderful report of both support from sovereign donors like USAID or the government in Budapest, but mostly it was about faithful Christians around the world helping those Christian faith communities in the north of Iraq rebuild their hospital, rebuild their school. And he reported to me that there were 1,000 kids back in school learning in a faith tradition in the north of Iraq. That was inspirational. Sitting in this meeting with me was our consular from the U.S. Embassy Consular Office. So it's me, my assistant in the consular offices in Erbil. The bishop has come to me for this meeting at my request to answer my questions about the faith community there. And our senior diplomat launches off into a lecture on DEI. Like what he was proud about was their efforts to have a gay marriage law and to have an abortion law. And I can't think of anything more insensitive in the front of a Roman Catholic bishop in a bilateral meeting to talk about the faith community, to have somebody spew Department of State talking points. That's just not sensitive to the time or place. Your parents taught you there's a time and place for everything. And I can't, tone deaf. And I hear it when I travel all over the world. We don't help the Ugandans build a new port. We let the Chinese do that because we want the Ugandans, which is a mostly Catholic country, the United States insists they have a gay marriage law. So this is, I think, on Trump's mind about America picking sides and not being sensitive to things like this about religious freedom. And I think that's good because I've seen it be so destructive in U.S. foreign policy in recent years. It's one thing to preach tolerance. It's one thing to preach pluralism. It's another thing to make aid contingent on a secular view that doesn't respect the country's cultural views. And that's a good point for me to segue into Egypt. Are we respecting Egypt's cultural views? No, because Egypt has a constitution that says that they respect religious freedom. They have a president that says they respect religious freedom. They have a court system that says they respect religious freedom. They have an agreement to reform their educational materials that says they respect religious freedom. Frank just touched on that. But what makes me tired, but never tired of advocacy, but tired as a human, is lip service, and where actions don't meet words. And when it comes to religious tolerance, that is the story over and over again, whether we're talking about a dusty road in the south of Nigeria, or whether we're talking about the people who live in Minya governance in Egypt. I think it's great that we have a good tone at the top in President Sisi. But a good tone at the top and Coptic historic trails and building a cathedral or meeting with the Pope, the top religious leader. Those are good things, and we want that. But we also want religion off the driver's license in Egypt. We also want the judicial system in Egypt, the civil judicial system, to work to defend people on the street in Minya or in Cairo or anywhere else, live their life in freedom, respect their religion, respect their family traditions. People on the street doing nothing who are assaulted or murdered. And I'm not a big believer in reconciliation councils. I'm a big believer in taking bad people who violate the law to court and put them in jail. And I know people they try to put they want to say you're making progress, but we're not really making any progress. We're not, and that's why we have Coptic solidarity, and that's why you've got Frank Wolf and you've got me that aren't giving up on this topic, and we're not going to stop talking about it, and we're not going to stop reminding Secretary Rubio of the importance of it, or President Trump. And we're glad Egypt continues to try to be a force for good in a tough neighborhood with Jordan and Israel and other Gulf states to try to make sense of the insensible, which is the chaos in Gaza. But that doesn't mean that you get a free pass from these other responsibilities. Again, echoing Frank's comments about his views with George Shultz and Ronald Reagan. You can't have a police force that refuses to investigate, and you can't have a justice system that refuses to prosecute. And so I'm not impressed by Egypt's progress, and I can name a bunch of other countries I feel the same way about. But we have to continue to advocate and make that case before the House Foreign Relations Committee in the Senate, House Foreign Affairs Committee here, that while we respect Egypt's role as a major ally to the U.S., we've got to see more than 5- and 6-year working projects to reform our textbooks. I'm glad they're modestly better, but Frank just reported to you they're not complete. What's so complicated by completing the step? And what's so complicated about a government that's definitely centrally directed from the president's office in Cairo from making an example of a repeat offender who has committed crimes against the Coptic Christian community? That doesn't seem very complicated to me, and it doesn't seem very revolutionary. It seems like you're matching actions with words. So if I had to pick a theme, that's what it would be. In 2023, I went down to Minya. I took Darren LaHood with me, great member of Congress from Illinois. And we drove that beautiful drive up the Nile to Minya, and we had a chance to meet with the deputy governor. The governor was off in the hospital somewhere having a medical procedure, and we met with the Coptic bishop there. It was a good meeting. I walked away glad I met this famous man with his incredible encyclopedic Renaissance knowledge of religion and faith and what a role model he is for the Coptic Christians in Egypt. But I walked away just as dissatisfied as I went. And 2 weeks after I was there, the USEF committee dropped by for their annual visit. And their report came out in August of that year and argued that Egypt has to go beyond symbolic gestures promoting religious tolerance and instead institute systemic changes to its laws and criminal justice system. And that should be the bottom line. That should be that, quote, next step that the State Department and the administration advocate for. And there's not a B team runner-up point of view to that, because we've already given them an A for effort at messaging, leadership, point of view. Important symbolism is important. Symbolism is important. You don't change a culture without leaders demonstrating, modeling good behavior. So I'm for it. But you're able to change a culture and deliver results for people and give people confidence in their public safety, in their love of country, if you enforce the law. And Egypt is in a position to enforce the law, and they should. So if you want to have a quick summary of what I'm personally focused on, that's what I'm focused on. So in my visits with the Egyptian ambassador here, or my travel to Egypt, that's where I'm going to continue my focus, and I hope you'll join me, and I hope you'll continue to communicate in the Senate and the House how important this is, and how we're not satisfied with what we have. We're not satisfied with what we have, and we've got to maintain that. And so thank you for always bringing your best suggestions to me. Thank you for always reaching out. Thank you for being a big supporter of the effort where we've tried to have strong bipartisan support here in the House in support of our religious minorities around the world, whether they're in Burma or Egypt or Syria or across the world. We're here for you, and again, we're here and we're focused on this work because of the pioneering effort and leadership by Frank Wolf. One of my happiest days in December was a phone call with, again, the Roman Catholic bishop in Aleppo, when he called me to say that what I was listening to in the background were the bells ringing for the first time in over 11 years in the cathedral in Aleppo, as Christians felt safe to come out on the streets and worship. We had a delegation visit us from the Jewish community in Syria just a few days ago. Again, at this stage, talking about their ability to gather and worship in Damascus. But this is a fledgling situation that could turn for the worst at any moment in Syria. So I want Syria to be an example to the rest of the Middle East that people can come together after absolute decades of destruction, degradation, where Iranians and Russians conspire with a 50-year dictator family to murder children in the tens of thousands and imprison people. So just always remember those 21 cops on that beach in 2015, but think about those children being murdered just wantedly in hospitals by the Russians, the Iranians, and the Assad regime. And let that be a lesson that whether you're a Syriac Christian, a Roman Catholic Christian, a Jew, a Sunni, an Alawite, or a Shia citizen of Syria, it's time to come together and put an end to it and deliver on a promise that we can govern ourselves and we can offer hope for religious freedom in excluding Egypt, but one of the oldest Christian civilizations in the world in Aleppo and Damascus. Let's have hope for them. Let's keep them in our prayers as we keep all the Christian community in Egypt in our prayers. And thank you so much for letting me come by. Appreciate it.
Truly, I think it's just a pleasure to have French and Frank here with us. And let's give them one more hand, because these are the voices here on Capitol Hill for us. Thank you. So we're going to have one more session before we head to before we have lunch. So I'm going to ask the panel to come up. And this next session is on foreign influence in U.S. policy. Moderating will be Lindsay Rodriguez. Since 2013, when she joined Coptic Solidarity, Lindsay is the Director of Development and Advocacy for CS. She is the day-to-day heartbeat that bangs on the doors of Capitol Hill, bringing truth and awareness of the challenges faced by our faith communities, creating sustained partnerships, and just discussing and sharing a just cause. She works tirelessly with fellow advocates. Lindsay has worked as an advocate in international human rights for 21 years. Hard to believe, she doesn't look above more than 30 years old. She founded the Open Doors USA Advocacy Program in 2004 and served with the NGO through 2012. She's a graduate with a BA in Intercultural Studies and Political Science from Biola University. She is also a Torrey Honors Institute of Biola University Fellow, followed by an MA in Political Science from Cal State Fullerton. And when she has time, Lindsay spends with her husband Juan and their blended family. And you'll find them usually with her 4 rambunctious kids on a soccer field somewhere. So thank you for everything that you do for Coptic Solidarity, Lindsay.
Okay. Appears that we're missing one of our panelists, so if he arrives, we'll have him join, and if not, we'll just continue. Wanted to mention also briefly that some of the members of Congress changed the times that they need to drop by. So if a member comes, we'll probably just pause our session, let them speak, and then continue. I'm sorry for the interruption, but it's just the way the scheduling goes. So I just wanted to introduce really quickly why we're doing this panel. For many years, Coptic Solidarity has faced issues with the Egyptian government foreign lobby. But we didn't really understand how it worked very well, and all these different incidents would happen, and it was hard to put it together. So I started doing some research recently, and I found this great report by the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft, and also started looking at the citations in that report, where we discovered Open Secrets, an organization that follows and tracks foreign lobbying. And also the other speaker, Rad Jar, who's not here right now, he's also an expert in that. But we wanted to give a bigger picture of how it works, because this is relevant to a lot of the other communities who face foreign lobby, right? Whether it's in Iraq or whether it's in Qatar, you know, other countries, it's a problem. But we also wanted to give some specific country examples. So that is one of the reasons that we have Aram, who is with the Armenian community, and then Mark Basta, who is with Coptic Solidarity. So let's start with Ben. Dan, I'm so sorry.
Ben couldn't make it.
Ben couldn't make it, okay. Dan, who is a senior researcher at Open Secrets. He's responsible for overseeing Open Secrets databases, tracking lobbying activity, and the revolving door, and directs the Foreign Lobby Watch program, launched in 2017. He joined Open Secrets in 2004 and has specialized in monitoring political action committees and the personal finances of government officials. Dan graduated from the University of Delaware with degrees in political science and in history.
Thank you. I appreciate being invited to be a guest here today. Open Secrets is really the preeminent source of data on money in politics. We track everything from campaign contributions to lobbying, of course, foreign influence that we're going to talk about today, as well as even the personal finances of politicians. So today I'm going to give kind of a brief overview of some of the resources available to track foreign influence, especially those that we specialize in at Open Secrets. The main law of interest here is the Foreign Agents Registration Act, or FARA. which was passed in 1938 as a response to communist and Nazi propaganda being spread in the US. And to that end, it's actually quite broad and detailed in terms of what gets reported. It covers a lot of different types of activity. At Open Secrets, we've titled our project Tracking FARA Data, Foreign Lobby Watch, but really a lot of what gets reported relates to other things like tourism and trade promotion, in addition to what we think of as more traditional lobbying. Now, FARA requires anyone to report who is a foreign government, foreign political parties, non-US citizens, any of these people who are trying to undertake an influence operation in the US is required to file. And also all kinds of partnerships, associations, companies, really if their base is outside the US, they are required to file. There are a few exemptions, like for purely diplomatic work or commercial. Another major exemption is the LDA exemption. LDA is the Lobbying Disclosure Act, which is the main disclosure system for lobbying in the US. If you are a company based overseas, you can choose to file under LDA instead of FARA. So if you're trying to investigate some links and you expect to find something in FARA for an organization, you might want to also try the lobbying LDA data. So all of these foreign interests, or what are called foreign principals, they have to record, of course, who they are, the money they're spending, and expenses that go towards their influence campaign, and the purpose of that money. They actually describe what they're doing. The people that they hire here in the US also have to file their campaign contributions, which can be helpful for determining kind of what links they're paying for. And perhaps the most rich source of information here is that they have to include copies of any mass communication that they distribute, which really just means more, it goes to more than 2 or 3 people. So that's things like posters and flyers, but also digital communications like social media posts, email newsletters, ad campaigns, of course. And those things are a rich source. They serve as kind of an archive of, over time, of what these people are representing. Things like email newsletters will kind of disappear into the ether, and really anything on the web can disappear. But they have to file physical copies of these things with the Department of Justice, which allows you to kind of look back in time at what they've been working on. I mentioned campaign contributions. Campaign contributions directly from non-citizens are, of course, not allowed. But the agents here in the US who are representing foreign interests do have to report them. Anything reported to the FEC, the Federal Election Commission, you'll find on Open Secrets as well. If you're trying to find out where a politician or a member of Congress stands, for example, you can come to our site and see all kinds of information about how much they've raised and spent, what industries are giving to them, and we have tools that show you stats for a congressional committee as a whole, or of course you can look at individual members. And I wanted to touch on kind of some of the reasons for optimism over the last several years in terms of transparency and accountability in FARA. Some of the good things that happened are, like 10 years ago, advisory opinions from the Department of Justice were not available publicly, except for a handful that leaked out or were posted. And in 2018, the Department of Justice finally made those public, and they're available on the website now. Those are what they are answers from the Department of Justice to questions from people filing, and they shed a lot of light on what we can expect to find in these reports, what people are disclosing and not, and kind of what the position of the Department of Justice is. In terms of prosecution, the FARA law has seen very little prosecution in terms of cases being brought. From 1998 to 2018, there were only 10 prosecutions under the FARA law. But around 2016, 2017, they started prioritizing enforcement again, and there were over a dozen cases brought over the last 3 years. And as a result of that, we've seen more people filing. Enforcement is really crucial to getting accurate filings, an accurate picture of the activity they're undertaking. And without the threat of that consequence, a lot of people will avoid reporting. Unfortunately, one item that causes me some pessimism is that earlier this year, Attorney General Bondi issued a memo that basically pulls back on all that enforcement, and they really are only going to focus on like espionage type foreign influence. And AG Bondi herself worked as a lobbyist for Qatar in the past. And Ben Freeman, who we briefly referenced, he's a expert, really more so than I, on FARA and foreign interests. He literally wrote the book on FARA. He found that since that memo was issued, we've seen a drop of 30% in the number of filings. So the enforcement really has a lot to do with how complete a picture we get. So I wanted to use the example of the Kurdistan Regional Government to kind of show what you can find in these reports. KRG has been spending around $3 million a year in the US since 2016. They had a couple years with a steep drop-off in 20 and 21. But in 2024, they're back over 3 million. They send out a lot of email newsletters, they do social media, and but most importantly, they report dozens of meetings with congressional staff and executive branch officials, including the Department of State, the Energy Department, and the Pentagon. And then there are even more calls and meetings with nonprofits and think tanks, significant outreach at US universities, which Congressman Wolf mentioned earlier. That is kind of one of the more unique pieces of the way KRG does their operation. They're certainly not the only one. Countries like China and Qatar definitely follow a similar strategy. Some other countries, like China and Russia, have entire media companies that are producing content, video, print, and radio. KRG of course, doesn't have that level of resources maybe, but that's another thing you would want to look at. We learned from their filings that they hired the Chartwell Strategy Group to work on their behalf, paid them $25,000 a month to do a bunch of media outreach and consulting. And one of the individuals working for them was a fundraiser for President Trump's first presidential campaign. So that's also quite common for consultants and lobbyists hired to have political connections or a professional background that includes working for the government, which is referred to as the revolving door. And just to kind of jump and make a final point, I did want to go a little bit beyond FARA to point out the defense connections here. Large weapons sales are reported and available at the State Department's Office of Defense Security Cooperation Agency website, and in a more accessible form from the Forum on the Arms Trade. KRG and Iraq have this defense relationship with the US, buying arms, including F-16s and howitzers, directly and getting training and military assistance from the US as well. The KRG has been given arms directly, sometimes over the objections of Baghdad. And since 2023, the US has sold at least $500 million worth of large arms to Iraq and over $7 billion to Egypt, and that's not even mentioning others like in the region like Saudi Arabia and Turkey and UAE. Over the years, our research has found that a lot of the same governments that are spending millions of dollars on influence operations in the US are then approved to buy these billions of dollars worth of weapons, and the US defense industry that's selling them to them are also spending over $100 million on lobbying. And of course, those sales and how the weapons end up being used have effects that are diplomatic, political, and of course humanitarian, and affect the stability of the region, among other things. So it's important that we strive for accountability and transparency in that realm as well. And I'll end there. I look forward to hearing what my fellow panelists have to say.
Thank you. It's really helpful to understand that foreign influence includes more than just lobbyists, like you mentioned, like the emails, and like there's so many aspects of it. So I think our panelists who are going to talk country specific will maybe give us some more of those examples of how it's conducted. I want to introduce Aram Hamparian, who also spoke at our conference last year. He's the executive director of the Armenian Committee, National Committee of America. There we go. And he is the national point person with administration, Congress, media, with foreign embassies, and in cooperation with Eastern and Western U.S. regional offices, he oversees more than 60 local chapters, dozens of coalition partners, hundreds of community affiliates, and thousands of grassroots activists. And he works daily on a broad range of legislative, policy, research, political, campaign, media, coalition, and community-related concerns.
Thank you, Lindsay. We are blessed to be partners with Solidarity and Coptic Solidarity. Okay. It's a blessing to be here. Far more important than the bio that Lindsay read is that we're brothers and sisters in Christ. The Armenian and Coptic peoples are part of the Orthodox family, part of the Eastern Orthodox family, part of the Eastern Oriental Orthodox family, so close that I can take the Eucharist in a Coptic church. My daughter, who's here, if she chose, could be married in a Coptic church. If God should strike me dead, the last rites could be administered by a Coptic priest. So we're very close. We are brothers and sisters. And for that reason, I will speak with the frankness and bluntness of brothers and sisters. Okay. The topic today is foreign influence. My 2 cents on foreign influence, especially in the context of the Coptic American community, is that the best defense against foreign influence is a good offense. Keep the others on their back foot. Always lean into the conflict. Don't hang back and respond. What is the problem you face? The problem you face is that you're dealing with a very powerful nation. You're dealing with the government of Egypt and all the geopolitical leverage that a country like Egypt has. You bring to the table something very different, right? You're a community, you're not a state, you're a church, not a government. The asymmetries are dramatic. Like, that's number one. Like, don't think this should be toe-to-toe, this for that. It's not an exchange or a transactional thing. It's highly asymmetrical. What you have is, very often, and this is something the Armenians have dealt with, which is policies written abroad, exported to Washington, and then enforced by presidents, administration after administration after administration. Your answer to that, I would argue, falls into three categories, three very old categories, and I think Aristotle listed them. How many? 2,500 years ago. Your logos, your pathos, and your ethos. Your logos is the best argumentation that you can bring, and I'm sure you've developed the best argumentation you can bring, but you know that there's a ceiling on that in a city like Washington, which is very interest-driven. But nonetheless, the logos, super important. You got to present the facts and evidence in as compelling a way as possible. The second is your pathos, which is the emotional appeal, which is, look what's happening to these people. They have been martyred nonstop for centuries. Open your heart, help save this ancient nation. This is an appeal that we've made also for years. But also we know that in a city like DC that very few people have risen to places of decision-making in a city like this who are soft-hearted. So you have to be measured in how realistic and how much the appeal to emotion will actually deliver in terms of policy. Doesn't mean you don't appeal to emotion, that you don't make a moral case, but understand, you go into that process with eyes open. I think the third basket, not your logos, not your pathos, which is your ethos, which is your credibility, that's really where the Coptic community's strength lies and where you have the best chance of pushing back against foreign influence. And I think Coptic Solidarity does a great job of that. And that would be something like, what is your electoral credibility? What is the strength of your constituency? How are you stakeholders in the American enterprise? And the answer is, you are very considerable stakeholders in the American enterprise. My best estimate, and I'm an outsider, is something like 200 parishes across the country. I would guess, with the vast majority having been established, consecrated, ordained, whatever, since the 80s. Like, this is not a community that was here in the 20s, 30s, 40s. This is within the last 50 years. 200 parishes have been stood up with representation, obviously focused in different cities, but spread out across the country. So it's a very asymmetrical battle, but one where I think you get the most value when you organize politically and when your ethos is strong, when your credibility is strong, when you're viewed and even feared as a group that can affect a political outcome that these people care about, right? I love Frank Wolf, I love French Hill, and there are 2 of maybe 10 members on the Hill that you can count as sincerely interested in these issues. The rest are politicians. So that's my first words of advice, which is focus on the electoral relevance of the community. That's what will translate into policy in ways that your argumentation and your moral appeals may not. That's number one. Number 2, taking sides. I think that the Coptic community, like the Armenian community, is often pulled in different directions. How close are you, or how far are you from the president? How close or far are you from the Democratic Party or the Republican Party? Maybe back home, how close or far are you from the government in Cairo? Like, it's a question of, like, where do you align in the universe of big powers that will influence our destinies, right? And I would answer that question with a phrase I give in Armenian to every student group that comes through Washington, D.C. We get hundreds and hundreds of Armenian students through our offices. And I say in Armenian, and I'll tell you in English, maybe you can translate it as well. But we say, Menk hurchenk ais duni mech. We are not guests in this house. And by this house, I mean this room, this Congress, this city, this country. If we, as Armenians, I'll speak just for the Armenians, if we view ourselves as immigrants or foreigners or an ethnic group asking for a favor, we'll never get anything done, right? If we show up as confident stakeholders, we'll get everything done. Like that basic, and I know that everyone in this, you're here because you understand that and you believe that, right? But that's something that we need to like ripple out into the community and empower Coptic Americans, Armenian Americans, all our other friends and allies who might somehow lack the full confidence of American citizens, right? That this is our place as much as anybody else's. I also tell the kids about the architecture of Washington. Look at this room, right? This room is a beautiful room. To get here, we have to walk up marble steps. We walk through these big columns. It's all designed for home field advantage. It's all meant, I don't mean this in a bad way, but it's all meant for somebody like me who's coming, raised in New Jersey, comes to Washington, walks into beautiful rooms like this to somehow feel like small and the city feels big and the person on the other side of the table is the decider and I'm the supplicant or petitioner. That whole power balance is just it's a psyop, it's a game. And I think very important for us to educate our communities that this is our place, this is our home as much as anybody else's. I think that empowering idea held firmly by everyone here, but a message that we need to deliver over and over and over again. A few more thoughts and I'll wrap up. I tend to think that our issues do best when there's more sunshine. We make progress when people are paying attention. We are almost unfailingly betrayed in the shadows. If a decision is made behind closed doors, in Congress, at the State Department, at the Defense Department, invariably that decision will be at our expense. If those decisions are drawn into the sunshine, right, we tend to do very well. So we should be pulling the dialogue, the debate, the discourse on our issues into the public arena under the bright light of day. And I guess a last thought, then I want to end with a quote. Flex the electoral muscles of the community. Send the message out that your votes need to be earned. Highlight over and over and over again how many votes there are. There are enough elections in this country that will be decided by 5,000, 10,000, 20,000 votes. The math is less important than the messaging. The math is less important than the messaging. Don't get caught up in, oh, we're small, or oh, there aren't enough. Message relentlessly that in the states where the Coptic community is present, we may play a role in deciding the governor, the senator, even the president. That flex, I think, very powerful. And I will wrap up with my all-time favorite quote, which I used to memorize. I used to be able to memorize it, but as my hair has gone gray, my memory has gone weak. So it's a quote. It's a quote that you can find at Union Station. If any of you took the train to Washington, you may have passed through Union Station. Tucked away in a corner of Union Station is a statue of a great hero. His name was A. Philip Randolph, and he organized labor unions, including the porters, that helped transport Americans all over the country. A real hero. Maybe Martin Luther King wasn't Martin Luther King without A. Philip Randolph doing a lot of the work behind the civil rights movement. And underneath his statue are just a few short words which I like to read to you. At the banquet table of nature, there are no reserved seats. You get what you can take, and you keep what you can hold. If you can't take anything, you won't get anything. And if you can't hold anything, you won't keep anything. And you can't take anything. And you can't take anything without organization. My friends, that organization is Coptic Solidarity. Thank you very much.
Wow, thank you, Aram. We really look to your work and your organization as an example of what we would like to become in the sense of how well you're organized. And last year you gave us very specific ideas about how to organize better. And so again, thank you, because we will implement your ideas. Our third panelist is Mark Basta. Mark is a research associate with Coptic Solidarity. He previously interned with us. He just graduated a couple weeks ago with his bachelor's in political science, 1 year early, from UC Berkeley. He has written now 2 reports with Coptic Solidarity. He's going to be sharing about one that is soon to be published. And he's also worked with us at the UN, and this year he gave our very first speech at the UN Permanent Forum on Indigenous Rights. So we are very proud of him and really grateful for everything that he's done.
Thank you so much, Lindsay. Thank you so much. Well, the past two speeches were so good, I don't even know what I'm doing here. But I will try my best to give you some findings of the latest report that I've been writing. It hasn't been published yet, but it has kind of quantitative data. We tried to quantify the Egyptian lobby here in DC, and I'll just get right into it. I think Lindsay gave a good introduction to what really inspired this project. So there are three main sources that I relied on. I think the first one is what Dan was talking about, FARA and the FARA filings. And I focused specifically on the period from 2014 to the present. So it was around February 2025 was the latest filing. The other two sources that I think are very relevant as well are the Department of Education's foreign gift and contract data. And this is under Section 17 of the Higher Education Act of 1965. Which basically mandates that the department, that any school that receives more than $250,000 a year has to disclose semi-annually the contributions or the gifts that they've received. And the last source is the Office of the Clerk for the House of Representatives. They publish a report quarterly about the trips that are made by members of Congress and their employees and staff. And so here are the findings. So between October 2013 and February 2025, there has been 13 entities that have represented different branches of the government of Egypt. Most common is the Foreign Ministry. Over that period of time, the government, those firms, those entities have conducted 5,500 political activities on behalf of Egypt. Political activities refers to emails, calls, meetings, meeting requests, and so that was the number. And Egypt has spent $18.8 million in that time period for its lobbies. As of right now, there are three main registrants that represent Egypt, and these are Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck, Holly Strategies, and Dr. Andrea Zeki, who is the head of the Protestant churches of Egypt. As for universities, between 2012 and 2013, that is when Cairo hired a lot of firms and spent the most money in that last decade. It also did the same thing in 2020 when President Biden did the same thing and was also threatening to cut aid based on human rights issues and Egypt's failure to improve human rights situation, as well as with arbitrary detentions. The second most important issue that Egypt focused on was regional influence. And this has particularly been relevant more recently. Egypt has often hired firms to bring DCs to basically align Congress and the State Department with its positions on certain issues in Africa and the Middle East. So around 2022, they conducted huge activities about the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam. They hired a lot of firms to basically come to Congress and inform congressional offices about Egypt's position. A lot of these contacts also included a lot of informational material, which Dan was also referring to, basically spreading mass communication about why Egypt is on the right side. And the same thing has been increasing about Gaza as well. So they've been increasing contacts. This has been mainly actually one of the most main reasons why we've seen a resurgence back up in the Egypt lobby. They have also disseminated Egypt's plan for Gaza through the FARA filings. So we see that going out for Congress. It's also recorded with FARA. And so that has been a very huge issue for Egypt, hiring firms on a issue-to-issue basis regarding regional influence. The third most important issue, and I think that one's probably the most relevant, is reputation laundering. Egypt has spent money and has worked with partners based in Cairo to try and present an image that, since the assumption of the current president of the presidency, Egypt has taken genuine efforts for progress in human rights situation and to present a false narrative to DC that the Cairo administration has accomplished tolerance in Egypt. So I think one of the most significant activities that I've found was the hiring of Dr. Andrea Zaki, and the current head of the Protestant Churches of Egypt. He has been working reportedly on a volunteer basis. Has conducted about 24 political activities since 2022. And most of his activities have been going to congressional offices, State Department desks, and United Nations offices, as well as religious leaders over here in the United States, according to his filings, to discuss progress on religious freedom in Egypt, as well as progress on women empowerment. The analysis that we found, I'll try to get to those points pretty quickly, but the main points that we found that are unique to Egypt's lobby, the first thing is that Egypt conducts more of an episodic, targeted lobbying mission strategy. So unlike the UAE or Qatar, Egypt focuses more on having less of a steady activity in DC and more of a case-by-case basis. So for instance, when the aid was cut off, they hired 3 firms to bring it back up. With the Endangered crisis, they hired more firms. When the Gaza war started, they also hired firms. So it's a very case-by-case basis, and you can really see it as less of a steady presence, more of a very dependent on what's happening. The second thing is that Egypt's campaigns are both multi-target, and they heavily rely on revolving door. The first thing, multi-target, Egypt has reached out to multiple stakeholders in US policy instead of just focusing on Congress. So they have published a lot of papers through US media outlets. They have, through their lobbying firms, essentially. So they would disseminate a lot of articles to basically influence the American public and their view of Egyptian issues and of regional issues. I've also reached out a lot to think tanks who inform our congressional offices and our government on many issues. They have been very focused on targeting think tanks, especially bigger ones here in DC. Concerning revolving door, just a little definition for that. Revolving door basically means when you work for the government and then switch to lobbying right after leaving the government. That's essentially the definition of it. And so Egypt has really relied on former congressmen and their employees who work for some of those lobbying firms to do the work for them. And most famously, Representative Edward Royce, former Representative Edward Royce, has been one of the most essential partners in bringing back up the congressional visits to Egypt. He's also used a lot of his connection as former chairman of the House Foreign Affairs Committee to bring a lot of visits for the ambassador as well as to Egyptian officials. Another staffer has been Nadim al-Shami, who's the former chief of staff of Speaker Nancy Pelosi, who also used his position to bring a lot of different favors for a lot of different meetings for Egyptian government parties to discuss a lot of the issues that I was just talking about. The third finding is that firms tend to underreport for Egypt. So 5 out of the 13 entities that represented Egypt have very poorly reported their FARA filings. So although FARA lists how you should report, there is some loopholes. So for example, in your political activities, even though some firms do tend to fill out the form properly and list out every email, every call, which is how it's supposed to be, some firms only mention the activities very vaguely, And so 5 out of the 13 that represented Egypt in the last decade have not followed suit with the proper filing way, which is technically not compliant, but has been very ambiguous and has made our job very much harder, so as for pretty much any civil society to really look at the filings, which really connects back to the 5,500 political activities number, is that is only a baseline. So it is most likely much, much more than this. And the last finding is that Cairo utilizes transnational Christian leadership to improve its image. Egypt has used its own institutions, its own religious institutions, to conduct reputation laundering over here in the United States. We assume that it's by a lot of pressure on those religious leaders, but they've also connected with religious leaders and American evangelicals over here. During the first Trump administration, after the threat to cut the aid to Egypt, a lot of US evangelicals, including President Trump's own informal advisor, Johnny Moore, who is currently the Gaza Humanitarian Fund executive director, and a lot of other evangelicals, as well as Dr. Andrea Zeki, had a visit with President al-Sisi. Right after that visit, the aid to Egypt was fully reinstated, with absolutely no reason for it to be, because there had been no improvements in that time period. And so we've been seeing that the Christian network, especially based here in the United States, has been, whether intentionally or unintentionally, complicit in the line of reputation laundering and image management for Egypt to distort the image of how Egypt has been dealing with Coptic issues back home. I think these are all my points, and yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. We're looking forward to the publication of the report. There's just so much information that I think will blow people's minds. We are running a little behind, and some of the members of Congress, as I said, they change when they're going to come. I think our plan is, if I could just ask our panelists to give a final remark, if there's a recommendation you want to make, or comment on what another speaker said, if you could each take just a couple minutes to do that, and then we will have lunch here, because if members do show up, it'd probably be easiest if we're all seated eating, and they could just come in and give their remarks. So would you like to give any final comments?
Sure. I think as far as recommendations, like as Mark said, there are a lot of non-compliant filings. We kind of depend on how complete they make them. And I mentioned the importance of enforcement. There's actually no civil penalty system for FARA filings. And adding that would definitely help, add something to compel people to file properly that doesn't rise to the level of criminal prosecution. So I think my final comment is to emphasize enforcement.
First, just an offer of renewed friendship and cooperation. We're available 24/7 on any front to be helpful, whether it's a Coptic-specific issue or maybe a Christian rights issue. We're available to help. Number one, I'll just reiterate a point I made earlier, which is you will get pulled in different directions, and you'll be called upon to take sides. And that's understandable. And you're going to find people who have different views of U.S. policy, different views of U.S. politics, a whole range of issues. But just somewhere, and I think Coptic Solidarity is that place, right? That's the place where when you take sides, it's the Coptic side. It's the Coptic side. That's the side to take, and call upon others to join with you in supporting the survival, the welfare, the well-being of an ancient Christian nation. That is a worthy cause, and it need not be subordinated. It need not be derivative of other causes. There's great causes in the world. All the left and right and all the politics, the geopolitics, and all the great nations are all going to play in a million different directions. Somebody's got to pull for the Coptic nation, and that's those of you who are here today in this room.
Well, I think I've kind of spit a lot of facts and details, so I think I'll have a chance to kind of give a bit of a reflection over this. I think a lot of this has at first made me feel like we're really fighting a mountain when we try to talk about Coptic activism. I mean, we're talking about tens of millions of dollars standing in front of, you know, the little Coptic community that is trying its best to bring a voice for the unheard. But I think that one of the most important things is for our members and for Coptic Solidarity and for any group based in the Middle East to just push forward, especially with so much pressure under the people that we assume are representing us. And I'm speaking specifically, for example, for the clergy and the religious leaders, for example, in Copts' perspective, that has been one of the largest problems, is assuming that our Coptic clergy or our Coptic religious leaders have been, by default, taking a side of protecting and speaking up for Copts under a regime that has put a lot of pressure and has been heavily controlling our religious institutions. It is up for civil society to keep pushing forward. It is our only option as of right now, and I think I'll just end with that.
Well, thank you so much to our panelists. I'd just like to mention the organizations' names again because they all have great information. So Open Secrets and the Armenian National Committee of America. Did I say that right? Yes. And our new report will probably be coming out next week, hopefully. There's lunch in the back, so help yourselves and try to stick around this area if the members of Congress drop by. Thank you.
Mark, definitely stay in touch.
But I want to thank everyone at the Coptic Solidarity for your steadfast commitment to justice, to human rights, and religious liberty. It's an honor to join so many passionate advocates here today in Washington, D.C. As a Catholic, I feel a deep spiritual connection to the plight of persecuted Christians around the world, and a moral obligation to stand up for those whose faith makes them a target of violence, discrimination, or erasure. Religious freedom is not just a constitutional value, it's a human right. And in my role as chair of the House Foreign Affairs Subcommittee on the Middle East and North Africa, I consider it one of the most important responsibilities to elevate and defend that right. Across the Middle East, indigenous Christian communities, including Copts, Assyrians, and Maronites, are being driven from their homelands by violence, repression, and neglect. Coptic Christians face systemic inequality, violence against churches, and abductions of women and girls, abuses that demand global attention and accountability. These aren't just religious injustices, they are crimes against humanity aimed at erasing the history, identity, and future of entire peoples. Now, my faith has sustained me, like yours, in times of darkness, and it reminds me every day of my responsibility to lift up the voiceless and protect the vulnerable. Right before my dad died 12 years ago, the very last conversation we had, he said to me, "To whom much is given, much is required. You've been given a lot by God. Use those skills to do God's work and keep your moral compass about you." That is our responsibility, not just as elected officials, but as human beings, to keep our moral compass and to do God's work. And there is no greater work than ensuring that when one religious group is targeted, recognizing that all faiths are threatened. And we must be united as Christians, as Jews, as Muslims, as Sikhs, as Hindus, and people of conscience in rejecting religious persecution in all its forms. From Egypt to Sudan to Libya, religious minorities are bearing the brunt of instability and extremism. In Sudan, we've seen horrific violence targeting Christians and other non-Muslim communities. These aren't isolated events. They reflect a broader disregard for pluralism and human dignity. Any serious U.S. engagement in the region must prioritize the protection of these vulnerable communities and not treat them as an afterthought. Now, my faith teaches me that every person is made in the image of God, and that we are all called to love our neighbors as ourselves, especially when they are under threat. And so I will continue working with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to ensure that the United States leads with moral clarity and that we never look away when religious freedom is under assault. And to those of you here today, I thank you for your courage and your commitment. You are not alone, and you have a partner in me and in this Congress. So thank you all for being here and raising this vital issue before members of Congress.
Okay, so we have the pleasure this afternoon to have Congressman Jim McGovern with us. The Honorable Congressman McGovern represents the 2nd District of Massachusetts in the U.S. House of Representatives. He's a champion for the people of his home state of Massachusetts. Mr. McGovern is a global leader working to end hunger, protect human rights, and promote peace. Jim's concern for human rights goes back to his time as a congressional staffer. He has co-chaired the Tom Lantos Human Rights Commission since its founding in 2008. We are really, truly honored to have Congressman McGovern with us as he accepted our invitation to join us today. So let's give him a hand and welcome him to this podium, please.
Well, thank you, Mike, for the generous introduction. You know, I wear these Tibetan prayer beads all the time now. They were given to me by His Holiness the Dalai Lama when I visited him almost a year and a half ago in Dharamsala, India. And he gave them to me, he blessed them, and he told me that they're to help me cope with my fears and my anxiety and my worries, and they're not working. I think I need another set for this hand. I mean, we gather at a time when there's a lot of turmoil in the world, and when there's a lot to be concerned about. And it requires us all to be engaged like never before. And it also requires us to not be so overwhelmed by all the news that is happening every day to somehow feel that we can't make a difference in areas of human rights and ways to try to make people's lives better. And I want to begin by thanking Coptic Solidarity for inviting me to join you this morning. And congratulations on successfully organizing your 13th conference. I understood you heard from Frank Wolf earlier today, my former colleague, and I mean, he's like super, right? I mean, dynamic. But my apologies to you. I was supposed to be here, join you yesterday, And I'm on the Rules Committee, and every bill that goes to the House floor goes to the Rules Committee. And so I had to be on the House floor yesterday, and then we had votes. So you had adjourned by the time we finished votes, so I apologize for that, but I'm grateful to be here with you today. I think this afternoon you're going to hear from Sonia Dalmans, the author of Coptic Solidarity's latest report on the disappearance and forced conversion of Coptic women and girls in Egypt. And as I read that report, I was struck by the image of Elham, a 16-year-old who was abducted on her way to school and held for 5 days in 2022. And despite the ordeal Elham and her family endured, 5 long days of uncertainty and fear, her abductor did not face any legal consequences, none. Tragically, Elham's story is not unique. The most recent State Department report on international religious freedom recorded at least 8 cases of alleged abduction and forced conversion of Coptic women and girls in Egypt. And while I'm relieved that Egyptian security services helped to return some of those women to their families, it is absolutely unacceptable that the government allows any abduction to go unpunished because of the victim's religion. Article 64 of the Egyptian Constitution says that, and I quote, freedom of belief is absolute, end quote. Even so, religious minorities in Egypt face discrimination by law and by practice. For women and girls, this discrimination is often magnified. In Egypt, women are subjugated within their own communities. The law codifies the marital obligations of wives to their husbands and regulates their movement. Expectations of modesty and familial honor serve to further limit women's freedoms. This makes women more vulnerable to coercion and to physical violence. And those who seek to harm religious minority communities often do so by targeting women. Gendered religious discrimination is not confined to Egypt. In Pakistan, religious minorities live with the knowledge that at any time, they may be accused of blasphemy and face violence as a result. My friends in the Ahmadi community can sadly testify to this. So too can Nadia, a Christian Pakistani salon owner interviewed by Human Rights Watch. When Nadia opened her business, her previous employer threatened her, saying, "The consequences of this will not be good for you." Soon, a local cleric accused Nadia of blasphemy. He led a mob to Nadia's store where they destroyed her property and beat Nadia and her staff. This is part of a greater trend in Pakistan in which blasphemy allegations are used to maintain the economic dominance of the country's Sunni Muslim majority. But as Nadia assessed, her agenda played a role in the attack too. And she said, the fact that I was a single woman and a Christian meant that my accuser realized where I was most vulnerable. Look, these stories are important because they remind us of the human cost of gender discrimination and religious persecution. And by stepping into Elham's shoes or Nadia's, we feel a sliver of their pain, and we step a little closer to action. And one of the things I appreciate about the people who are gathered here today is I think you understand that just as important as the statistics and the numbers are, people aren't moved by that. They're moved by the human stories. And we need to keep on telling these stories over and over. And I'll just say this, that it's not enough to express concern. And it's not enough for politicians to show up at conferences like this and say, boy, isn't this terrible. The United States has a responsibility. We have a moral obligation, not just as a global leader, but as a nation that values human rights, to act when those rights are violated. That is why it is so heartbreaking to me that the Trump administration has undermined our ability to have policies that actually make things better for people. We need to be talking about human rights. Human rights needs to be a defining the centerpiece of our foreign policy. I've always believed that the United States of America stands for anything. We need to stand out loud and foursquare for human rights. They're not expendable. We can't turn a blind eye because it's somehow politically convenient. I mean, what makes us unique is supposed to be our commitment to human rights. In Egypt, for example, USAID was conducting a program to promote tolerance between Muslim and Christian women and girls. Exactly the kind of work that is sorely needed today. Today, USAID's offices sit empty. The administration has looted our toolbox. They've eliminated USAID and hollowed out the State Department's Bureau of Democracy, Human Rights, and Labor. I don't understand why that makes any sense. And I don't say this to create division. If anything should be insulated from partisanship, it is the realm of human rights. But I say this because if we're going to get anything done, if we're really going to change things for women facing religious persecution in Egypt or Pakistan or Iraq or anywhere else, we need to work together, right, and to demand that our government stands up for the values that we all believe in. By cutting essential funding to U.S. initiatives designed to promote human rights. By doing that, we are letting down not only the victims of religious persecution, we are turning our back on our own values. You know, look, I've been in Washington for an awful long time. And the one thing I know, and I think you all instinctually know, is that talk is cheap. You know, you can say things to get applause or to get people to think you're on their side, and I get that. But what really matters is the follow-up, is to making sure that the funding is there so that we actually have the tools and the levers to make a difference, that the response to human rights violations is more than aren't they terrible, but that we follow up, sometimes with sanctions, sometimes with stern warnings and admonitions, but with something. And again, we can't let the focus and the centerpiece of our foreign policy, you know, divert from human rights. That's if we do that, you know, we lose a big part of what makes us unique and what makes us great. So I say to everybody here that, you know, your stories deserve to be heard. I hope that I can count on you to continue to share your stories with every single member of Congress and every member of this administration that you can find and that you can reach out to. You can count on me to keep amplifying them. I am still the co-chair of the Tom Lantos Human Rights Commission, but also in my capacity of being on the Rules Committee, where every bill comes before my committee, before it goes to the floor, I have an opportunity to be able to talk about some of these things, and they're, you know, when it's appropriate. And again, let me just close with this. You know, there's a lot of bad stuff happening. And while we can't change the past, we can all help shape and influence the future. And that's what the purpose of you being here is. And you can count me in as an ally, and I look forward to working with you in the weeks and the months, and maybe even the years ahead. But from the bottom of my heart, thank you for welcoming me here today, and thank you for all you do. All the best. Thank you.
Okay, so because we are pressed for time, so I'm going to just go ahead and continue. We have a very special award that we want to present now. So I'm going to ask Lindsay to come to the podium and make the announcement.
Thank you. We're improvising just a little bit with the schedule because we have a member of Congress on the way here to speak. Each year, Coptic Solidarity picks someone to give our annual leadership award to. So I'd like to invite Mark Basta to come up here, and I'm going to talk with him a little bit. I'll say a few words. So Mark, I met 3 years ago. He applied to be an intern in his freshman year of university, and he wrote a first research paper for the organization over his Christmas vacation. There's not a whole lot of young people who will do that with their spare time. And it was an excellent report that we took to the UN and we distributed widely, the one on indigenous rights. And since that time, he has become an invaluable member of the Coptic Solidarity team. He, as you heard about the next report that is being published next week about Egypt's foreign influence, that's also his work. And he's really been just like a huge help with our advocacy work, outreaching to congressional offices, to UN country missions. And for all of that, the whole board thanks you, and we hope that you will continue to be a part of the organization, and that we know you're going to be one of the future Coptic champions, activism. Oh, and the award. Yeah, let me read the award. I forgot to read it. It says, yes. Don't be shy. It says, the Coptic Solidarity 2025 Leadership Award presented to Mark Basta for being a proactive young leader with outstanding scholarly contributions and spirited advocacy to achieve equality for the indigenous Copts of Egypt. Yeah. Aww. Did you want to say anything or no? Okay.
I don't know. I think, I'm not sure what to say again. God, the second time today. I think one of the things that I'd like to say is why I do this work. I'm not a political dissident, not yet. I don't do this work to overthrow a government or speak out against a politician or call out a politician just because I'm a political advocate. But I think the one thing that this work is really putting forward the voice for the most unheard, the most persecuted. I think the thing that probably, because I think there's someone that just came, the one thing that I think I'll probably end up with is a few words. It is in Arabic from Ghada's poem, and I think that it really just summarizes what I want to say best. من النهارده أنا هتكلم وهيسمع العالم صوتي، هحارب الظلم في وكرة حتى إن كان التمن موتي، عشان حبيبتك تتحرر، عشان ربوعها تطهر، عشان محد يبات مظلوم، كثير قلب وقلبه متقدر. أنا وعدي ليك مش هتراجع، ولا يوم أخاف ولا أتقهقر، حتى لو زايدوا على ضميري أو سموني ابتي المهجر. Thank you.
Congratulations, Mark. Well deserved. Okay, our next speaker is here, I believe, and that's Congresswoman Nicole Meletakis. Congressman Meletakis is currently serving in her third term representing New York's 11th Congressional District, which encompasses Staten Island and parts of southern Brooklyn. Congresswoman Meletakis is a member of the House of Ways and Means Committee and is a previous member of the House Committee on Foreign Affairs, Malotakis has been a strong voice for American values overseas. She has stood up for allies such as Greece, Cyprus, and Israel against the neighboring authoritarian regimes. Malotakis successfully inserted language into the National Defense Authorization Act, requiring more transparency regarding Iran's nefarious activities on U.S. soil. And she's helped pass a bipartisan amendment establishing congressional oversight on any sale of F-16 fighter jets and military equipment to Turkey. Malotakis is the daughter of immigrants. Her father is from Greece, and her mother is a Cuban exile of the Castro dictatorship. She is a passionate advocate for animal rights and the strengthening of animal cruelty laws, and in her spare time, she spends it with her new Chihuahua, Luna. Please help me welcome Congresswoman Nicole Malotakis.
Thank you, everybody. Good afternoon. It's great to see a wonderful crowd here. It's so important that you're here in Washington. The members of Congress really need to hear your stories and the stories of your loved ones, the stories of our fellow Christians who are, quite frankly, under attack throughout the world. And sadly, this is not happening just in the Middle East. It's happening all over the place, including here in the United States. When we look at some of the egregious, whether it's hate speech, whether it be vandalism on churches, or whether it be hate crimes and attacks. So this is something that we share in common, our concern of this issue. I am someone who's also Orthodox Christian. My father is from Greece, and we share many similarities in our culture and our religion. And I'm very fortunate to represent a growing number of Egyptian Coptic individuals on Staten Island and in Brooklyn. I see my buddy Joe's here, one of my constituents. But you know, it's something that we have to stand up against. We need to ensure that our voices are heard. And that is why you being here in Washington, engaging your members of Congress, explaining to them the stories that you know because you are members of the diaspora, that is the most important thing. Because you know what your family is going through, you know what your religious communities are going through, and you can share those stories firsthand. And I think that's the most effective way to educate and lobby members of Congress so we take action and we encourage the State Department to step in and try to work out solutions towards religious freedom and peace throughout the world. I want to encourage you to continue to stay in contact with my office. I recently went to Egypt, actually. I was there I guess it was last summer. It seems so not too long ago, but I guess it was long ago. And I was in Egypt, and it's a beautiful country, number one, obviously very historic, and very culturally diverse. It is so incredibly important that we continue to speak with the stakeholders, whether it be business leaders, religious leaders, and government leaders. And obviously in our meetings, we've encouraged more cooperation with our Egyptian counterparts. We stress human rights and freedom of religion. On the economic issues, obviously there's a lot of financial problems that they're experiencing right now where we can be helpful and maybe enhance our cooperation, enhance trade. We should look to do so. Then you have the ongoing issue with Ethiopia and the water. So we've tried to weigh in on that. We've signed a number of letters coming out of my office encouraging a resolution. And so we're doing what we can to improve the relationships, to strengthen the relationships, to encourage our counterparts in the Middle East to respect religious freedom. And as was mentioned, I've taken quite a strong stand against Iran. I've actually been sanctioned by Iran, which I wear as a badge of honor. But we have to stand up and speak out, and I really appreciate you allowing me to come here to continue our dialogue and our work together. And I'm hoping over the next year, when you come back, we will see that we'll have much more success to be reporting on. Thank you.
I think we're ready for our next session. Okay, our next session is Crisis for Christians in Syria. The moderator will be Nina Shea. Just a few words about Nina. Nina is a Hudson Institute Senior Fellow and Director of its Center for Religious Freedom. She was appointed by the House of Representatives to serve as a commissioner on the U.S. Commission on International Religious Freedom from 1999 to 2012. Ms. Shea has been a human rights lawyer for over 30 years. She works extensively for the advancement of individual religious freedom and other human rights in U.S. foreign policy as it confronts an ascendant Islamic extremism and other authoritarian regimes. She advocates in defense of those persecuted for their religious beliefs and identities, and on behalf of diplomatic measures to end religious repression and violence abroad, whether from state actors or extremist groups. So let's welcome Nina.
Good afternoon. It's a real honor to be here, and I congratulate Coptic Solidarity for their 15th anniversary of these important conferences. And I think it's very fitting that it's in this historic chamber of the caucus room in the U.S. House of Representatives, because U.S. is an indispensable nation for advancing religious freedom and human rights, standing up for them, and including in our allied countries, our allied nations like Egypt. And I have also had the privilege of visiting Egypt and going into St. Mark's Basilica soon after a massacre occurred there in the women's section. And you know, Egypt, as a Catholic Christian, Egypt represents the Holy Land to me, and it was very moving to me to see how Egypt and the Copts honor their saints, honor their martyrs. They have their icons, their pictures, the modern-day martyrs. And it's an example to the rest of the world, really. So, and I think it's wonderful that you are doing this panel on Syria. I'd like to ask my fellow panelists to come up, please. I'm going to introduce them briefly. And Syria and Egypt, of course, share much culturally and historically. And for a brief period, we're actually united in a republic, very brief period. Syria is also important today because of the extreme challenges there. And we're going to hear from this panel of experts on Syria. We're going to hear their stories, but we're also going to hear some analysis and some review of American policy towards Syria. So I'm going to start by introducing them all at once, and then we're going to go in the order in which they are on the program. So David, you'll start. David Schenker is the Senior Fellow and Director of the Program on Arab Politics at the Washington Institute. He was confirmed by the Senate in 2019 to serve as Assistant Secretary of State for Near Eastern Affairs, which he did through January 2021. And prior to that, between 2002 and 2006, Mr. Schenker served in the Office of the Secretary of Defense as Levant Country Director, the Pentagon's top policy aide on the Arab countries of the Levant in that capacity. He was responsible for advising the Secretary and other of the senior Pentagon leadership on the military and political affairs of Syria, Lebanon, Jordan, and the Palestinian territories. And for that service, he was awarded the Office of the Secretary of Defense a Medal for Exceptional Civilian Service in 2005. Our next speaker will be Bassam Ishaq, and he, of course, is well known to all of everyone here, and is the representative of the Syrian Democratic Council, and is Syrian. The next speaker will be Ashariana Abraham, who is an indigenous Assyrian human rights advocate with a background in technology, born in exile after her parents fled violence in their ancestral homeland of historic Assyria, which today lies fragmented across Iraq, Syria, northwest Iran, and northeast Turkey. Her advocacy is grounded in lived experience and focuses on the protection of Assyrians, as well as Yazidis and Mandeans, from systematic displacement, violence, and identity-based erasure. She co-leads research submitted to international bodies and has presented on the persecution of Assyrians at the International Religious Freedom Summit here in Washington and many other bodies, including the UN's Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues on behalf of the Assyrian Aid Society of Iraq. And she currently serves as Deputy Director of Advocacy for the Assyrian International Council. The MENA co-chair, she's the MENA co-chair of the Global Youth Summit on freedom of religious freedom and belief through the First Freedom Foundation Fellowship. And she's also an advocacy ambassador for the Sussex Evangelistic Association's Assyrian Project. And in her native, home in Southern California, she's active in cultural and humanitarian efforts through the Assyrian American Association of Southern California. And then finally, we'll wrap up with Ryan Morrow, who is a prominent national security and foreign affairs analyst. He is an investigative researcher covering extremist groups at the Capital Research Center. And he once served as a volunteer researcher for the Reform Party of Syria, a pro-US group of Syrians that opposed Assad and Islamist extremists. So with that, David, I'm going to turn the podium to you.
Can you hear me? It's a pleasure. Thank you, Nina. It's a pleasure to be with you here at Coptic Solidarity again this year to talk about Christians in the Middle East and specifically in post-Assad Syria. I know there's a lot of concern in the audience and indeed around the world about what the new government of Syria means for Christians in Syria. The Assad regime had a relatively benign approach to minorities, regionally speaking, let's say. Of course, it was a minoritarian government. But we shouldn't forget what he did to the country. He killed 500,000 Syrians, drove 12 million Syrians or so into exile abroad, including many Christians. Really quite remarkable. Now, al-Shara himself may turn out to be a wolf in sheep's clothing, but he said a lot of the right things to date. He's met with US congressmen who left the meetings reassured, or at least optimistic, that the new government is pragmatic and might be tolerant, and that there'll be some respect for human rights and religious freedom. I wasn't here this morning. I don't know if Representative Lawler came by. Did he come? I testified before the House Foreign Affairs Committee earlier this week, and the Republicans, more than the Democrats, were very optimistic about the trajectory of Syria under al-Shara. But some of the things that are happening really do not inspire confidence. We saw the massacre of Alawites. Former regime members have been targeting the Druze community. We've seen members of designated U.S. designated terrorist organizations that perpetrated atrocities against Kurds being assigned as senior level military officers in Hasaka, in Kurdish areas. And of course, the situation faced by Christians, which the rest of my panelists know a lot more details about, and I'm sure we'll talk about in detail about what's going on the ground. But what I want to talk to you about is how the Trump administration sees the situation and what they can do to protect Christians in Syria. It's no secret that in general, human rights were not a priority issue for the first Trump administration, human rights writ large. I did some work on these matters related to Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and some other Middle Eastern states, particularly Iraq, during the first Trump administration. Christians were a priority, though, and you'll recall Vice President Pence was the real champion of Middle Eastern Christians in the administration, and particularly Iraqi Christians. Significant attention was paid to the crisis there, and a lot of funding was directed to Nineveh province, particularly in the aftermath of ISIS. Trump's second administration is not fully staffed up as yet. We've seen Secretary of State and National Security Advisor now, I guess, Marco Rubio, make a number of comments about Syrian Christians. He's expressed support for all of Syria's minorities and singled out Christians. He said the United States stands with Syria's religious and ethnic communities, including Christian, Druze, Alawite, and Kurdish communities, and urged the government to hold perpetrators of violence against minority communities accountable. After a meeting with Shabani, the foreign minister of Syria, once again, Rubio underscored the critical importance of protecting human rights of all Syrians, regardless of ethnicity or religion. But as with the first Trump administration, in the second, I think the real advocate for Christian protections of Christians in the region is going to be also the vice president, J.D. Vance. He's spoken a number of times to date since taking office and even before about the situation of Christians in the region. In February of 25, he said, part of protecting religious freedom initiatives means recognizing in our foreign policy the difference between regimes that respect religious freedom and those that do not. The United States must be able to make that distinction, and we must be able to look at the catastrophes like the plight of Iraq's Christians over the past 3 decades and possess the moral clarity to act when something has gone wrong. He also talked in specific about Syrian Christians in an interview with Laura Ingraham. We don't want another Christian community erased from the face of the earth, he said. We are talking already to our allies, and we're doing things in private to try and encourage them to protect the minorities, the Christian minorities, and so forth. The administration is saying the right things. I think they get it. I think we all understand that. They understand the threat to the community. The question is what they're going to do about it. Now, it's still early in the administration. There's nothing I can point to so far that they have actually done. The unconditional suspension of the sanctions in Syria removes some of the administration's leverage vis-a-vis protection of minority rights and specifically Christian rights. Of course, the administration can always reimpose those sanctions if conditions dictate. It's important that this is on the administration's agenda and going forward remains a talking point, in particular for Tom Barak, the U.S. envoy to Syria, and eventually we will likely reopen an embassy there, so on the ambassador's agenda. Interestingly, I think the Trump budget request for 2026 for the State Department indicates cuts for the Bureau of Religious Freedom, of International Religious Freedom. It's a minor cut. The office doesn't have an enormous amount of funding. But I think more importantly, We should look at who they appoint to these key positions. You've got Mark Walker as ambassador at large. Policy is personnel. You need the right people in the right places. We're going to need funding. And we're going to need consistent, high-level attention on these issues, because things can go bad very quickly. And the administration is going to need to continuously prioritize these issues, and I am confident that they will going forward. Thank you.
Hear from everyone. So Bassam,
Thank
it's
you.
yours.
Thank you, Nina. First, of course, I thank Coptic Solidarity for inviting me to speak here today. But before that, Nina, you didn't have much information, so I need to give a background about myself so the audience could know more about me, where I'm coming from. So I am a Syrian from northeast Syria. Was born though in Damascus, and I studied here in the United States at Catholic University. Went back to Syria in 1993. And in Syria, I became a volunteer for a Syrian human rights organization, Sawasiya, and you get in trouble doing that in Syria. So I was on a travel ban for many years, and Syria became a big jail for me for many years. Anyway, so I am from the Syriac Orthodox Church, my family, and I am a man of faith. I believe in the Lord Jesus Christ. So this is also give you an angle where I'm coming from when you hear me speak, you know. So let's get to it. So I would like, as I said, to thank Coptic Solidarity for inviting me to speak at this important and timely event. Thank you for your interest and care for Syria, its people, and its Christian communities. You have given me the opportunity today to address a topic that is both deeply personal and politically urgent. The condition and future of Syria's Christian community following the fall of the Assad regime and then the new transition regime up to today. I will speak briefly on the Assad legacy, because we all lived it as Syrians, whether Christians or other communities, and we can speak into it, I think, in more depth. So in assessing the conditions of Syrian Christians, I would like, as I said, to begin briefly by speaking about the situation under Assad regime. Syrian Christians were often described as a protected minority. However, this protection came at a cost. It was not based on equal citizenship, but rather on loyalty to authoritarianism. Christians, like other religious and ethnic minorities, were denied independent, meaningful, and effective political representation under Assad. The security they enjoyed was often manipulated as a tool of the regime propaganda. They were indeed, the Syrian Christians, protected, but in Assad's big Syrian prison. Consequently, the regime's collapse has left behind both relief and anxiety in the Christian community. Relief that the machinery of repression has weakened, but anxiety about who will fill the vacuum and what structures will guarantee the rights and freedom of all Syrians, including Christians. It is not enough for Syrian Christians alone to guarantee their rights. All Syrian identity group must have their rights secured if the country's stability and the people's security are to be sustainable. So now we move on to what happened to the Christian community after the fall of Assad. So I was in Damascus for the first time in 14 years after the fall of Assad, part of March, part of April, and I spent most of my time with the Christian community there. So since taking office, President al-Shar'a has signaled a commitment to pluralism and national reconciliation. His administration's early steps, such as the inclusion of a Christian figure in the Transitional Council, a commitment to constitutional reform, and promises of religious freedom, have been important and valuable symbolic gestures. Yet symbolism, though needed and appreciated, is not enough for communities striving to survive. On the ground, Christian communities face significant challenges in 4 areas: insecurity, and representation, and return and reconstruction, and in legal guarantees. As far as security, in areas where state authority is weak or contested, Christian villages have reported increased criminality, sectarian threats, and displacement, especially in parts of Homs and Hama. As far as representation, despite promises, Christians remain underrepresented in local governance and security institutions. Christians are limited to desk jobs in the police institution. Armed Christian police are needed, especially in regions with Christian residents. Otherwise, equal citizenship and trust is compromised. Return and construction. Many Syrians, including Christian families, particularly those who fled to Lebanon, Europe, and North America, remain hesitant to return. Civil unrest, like what Syria experienced over the last 13 years, takes a greater toll on minority groups who can, as in the case of Syrian Christians, face complete uprooting. So the legal guarantees. There remains a vacuum in clear legal protection for religious minorities. Without a political framework such as a Bill of Rights, and without a strong independent judiciary, the rule of law, and the protection of Christian property rights and business, Syrian Christians risk soft ethnic cleansing and eventual uprooting. Next, I'm going to look on the reality, as I said, what I found out being in Syria and in Damascus for 3 weeks with the Christian community there. So despite these challenges that I spoke about, Syrian Christians are not passive victims. They are adapting, evolving, and increasingly engaging in civic and political life. A new generation of Christian youth, many raised amid war and exile, are participating in society with a vision of inclusive citizenship. We see Christians-led NGOs providing aid, interfaith initiative promoting reconciliation, and efforts to draft inclusive local charters that ensures freedom of belief, ask for equal property rights, and minority protections. This shift from a defensive minority posture to active citizenship is perhaps one of the most hopeful signs of this transitional moment. So what is my conclusion and recommendations? So for Syria to truly transition toward a pluralistic future, the rights and dignity of all communities must be central, not peripheral, to the building process. And here are key recommendations. First, constitutional guarantees. The new constitution must enshrine full religious freedom, equal citizenship, and the protection of heritage sites and institutions. Second, political inclusion. Christians and other minorities must have proportional representation in governance, especially the local level where they reside. Third, international support. The international community must support minority return programs, protect vulnerable religious communities, and fund neutral civil society initiatives. Finally, fourth, truth and reconciliation. A national healing process must include the stories of all communities, including Christians, who suffered like other Christians, Syrians, under Assad tyranny and the internal war of the last 13 years. In closing, a young Christian lawyer in training summed it up for me. She told me last summer, while I was visiting in northeast Syria, we don't want to hear about democracy anymore. Armed conflict has made it irrelevant to our situation. Tell them we yearn for justice, equality, and the dignity that God bestowed on us all. Thank you.
Thank you, Bassam. And you brought up Homs, and I was just reading a report today that there was some militants shot up the facade of the Orthodox Cathedral of St. Mary in Homs last Sunday to shoot off the cross. So yes, security in that region is going to be, and throughout the country, is going to be extremely critical. So Ashariana, are you ready?
Yes.
Thank you.
First, I'd like to thank Coptic Solidarity for bringing us all together at this beautiful and very impactful conference. It's an honor to join this conversation on Christians in Syria and to speak on behalf of a people whose continued survival is not only under threat, it is being politically, culturally, and demographically dismantled in real time. I am speaking about the indigenous Assyrians of Syria, one of the oldest continuous Christian peoples in the world and one of the most systematically silenced in the region. Assyrians, including Chaldean and Syriac denominations, are the indigenous people of Syria, Iraq, northwest Iran, and southeast Turkey, and have a history spanning over 6,700 years. We speak the language of Christ and have preserved a rich culture and religious identity despite genocide, forced displacement, and religious persecution. Yet today, that resilience is being met not with protection or partnership, but with a different kind of violence, one that is being legitimized by international actors who mistake performance for progress. The governance structures in Syria that claim to uphold democracy and religious freedom are the very ones eroding the existence of the indigenous Assyrian Christians. This includes both extremist actors like Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, led by Ahmed al-Shara, also known as Abu Muhammad al-Jolani, and the Kurdish-led Autonomous Administration of North and East Syria, the AANES. Jolani has a well-documented history of massacring Assyrians, Yazidis, Mandayans, and even Americans in Iraq. Today, he is being rebranded and legitimized as a moderate partner. Likewise, the commander of the Syrian Democratic Forces, Mazloum Abdi, was a senior PKK official, a US-designated terrorist organization. While some international actors are now attempting to remove the PKK from this list, their record of violations is clear and well-documented. They kidnap children and force them into combat, terrorize Assyrian villages and Yazidi villages, massacre civilians, land grab, and enforce a violent Kurdification process that strips Assyrians of their language, land, faith, and heritage. These are not relics of the past. They are present-day tactics of erasure carried out under a different name and with growing international backing, deceived by quickly scotch-taped together narratives. The dissolution of the PKK means nothing when these same abuses continue under other names. The SDF are just a rebranded iteration of the YPG and have further exacerbated the marginalization of Assyrians with their well-documented ties to the PKK. Even U.S. General Raymond Thomas admitted that rebranding was a PR move to secure Western support and funding. Outside of the AENES, HTS militants and students aligned with Salafist ideologies are openly walking through Christian neighborhoods calling for jihad. This may only be rhetoric for now, but we've seen what happened to the Alawites and the Druze. These threats often go unreported by mass media and unpunished, but they are deeply felt and well documented by communities on the ground. My own family has experienced this type of extremist violence firsthand. My cousin was killed by ISIS on publicly broadcasted footage. Another family member whose name and relationship I cannot share because the perpetrators returned to our village and resumed life unpunished as our neighbors. They were captured, beaten, and sold by 8 different Kurdish ISIS factions. Each demanded ransom in Kurdish and tormented our family with threats that his body would be thrown at our doorstep. He survived only through the intervention of the US government, as he was a US citizen, who worked with the Kurdish religious leader and used phone data obtained by tapped communications to confirm that the perpetrators were local Kurdish villagers they knew by name. The night ISIS entered Assyrian villages, the Khabra River swelled, and in the chaos, high-ranking Kurdish officials rushed to seize lands in Qamishli. They set up offices in Assyrian homes while families feared for their lives. When confronted and asked why they were not fighting, multiple members of my family were told point blank, "We will not sacrifice ourselves for filthy Christians." We saw this in Iraq when the Kurdish Peshmerga, or those who fight death, disarmed Assyrians and Yazidis 2 weeks before ISIS and abandoned 7 critical posts without firing a single bullet, leaving us to slaughter, only coming back to follow Western forces and paint a picture of protection. How are we expected to place our faith in regimes like this? How can the world believe they are our defenders? Those who leave us to slaughter and silence while building false narratives as our protectors will never be guardians of peace because they are among the many architects of our erasure. International actors hail the Kurdish administration as a sanctuary for Christians, promoting a future Kurdish state built on the bones of indigenous Christians and branding it a beacon of tolerance in a fractured region. But like the fig tree Jesus cursed, lush in appearance yet barren at its core, this administration wears the guise of protection while ripping out the very roots of indigenous Assyrian Christian existence. On the ground, Assyrians are not equals. We are threatened into silence or risk disappearance and death. Our schools were shut down for refusing to adopt a politicized curriculum that glorifies the PKK, rewrites Assyrian history, and turns education into an instrument of indoctrination. 15% of Assyrian lands in the AENES-controlled areas have been confiscated. Over 1,400 homes and farms remain illegally occupied in the Khabra River Valley. The SDF digs trenches on our churches and cemeteries, militarizing our sacred Christian spaces to provoke brutal, relentless Turkish retaliation. We don't want war where we worship. We don't want to be pawns in someone else's war. We don't want our churches turned into battlegrounds to manufacture illusions that one regime protects us while another attacks us, manipulating our suffering for Western backing at the expense of our existence. We saw this with the Marsawa Church in Tel Tawil in 2022. And in 2024, AP shared footage of the AENES releasing ISIS prisoners under the guise of reintegration and false claims of rehabilitation, triggering renewed fears across vulnerable Assyrian villages. And when our leaders resist, they are silenced, just like David Jindu was when he was assassinated by YPG militants in 2015. To this day, not one prosecution, not even a public investigation has taken place. Because in these systems, Assyrian blood is not considered evidence. It is treated as disposable. Assyrians, like Bassam mentioned, are not passive victims. We have expertise and leadership and the will to build a stable future. but we are being denied the space and security to do so. What we need now is a shift in how stability and representation are conceptualized in this region, because constitutions are just words on paper when the reality on the ground is so much different. It is time to move beyond symbolic engagement and toward enforceable structures of protection, and that begins with the creation of a locally administered Khabur region for Assyrians. This would not be an enclave of separation. We don't want to balkanize Syria, but we want a foundation for sustainability where Assyrians can manage local governance, education, security, and cultural preservation without fear of interference or demographic manipulation. International aid, oversight, and recognition must support this initiative, not as a favor, but as an overdue corrective to decades of disenfranchisement. There is legal precedent for this. Under the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples have the right to self-determination, including autonomy over their internal and local affairs. The establishment of an Assyrian-administered Khabur region would be a model of peaceful coexistence and what sustainable localized governance can look like in a post-conflict Syria. Assyrian Christians are being erased not by war alone, but by policies endorsed by international support. And if that silence continues, we will become a footnote in a country that's named after us. We do not ask to be rescued, we just want to be recognized. We want our indigenous rights, we want human rights. We cannot have meaningful conversations about protecting Christians if we are not listening to genuine Christian voices, those who are not speaking under the very real threat of death in front of the very regimes persecuting us. We do not ask the Taliban on the status of women. We don't ask Iran about the Baha'is. So why do we ask the Kurdish administrations or the Syrian government or the Iraqi government on the treatment of Assyrians? We've seen what happened to David Jindu and Ilyas Nasir, and we are still seeing our men kidnapped in broad daylight, like Gabi Samir Lahdo by the Kurdish administration just a few days ago. If we remain silent now, this pattern of murder and injustice will continue until the very last Assyrian in Syria is dead or gone, and every road of our homeland is once more fractured, and regimes continue to pave over our freshly dead, bloody bodies. A community who still speaks the language of Jesus and whose evangelistic force spread Christianity from India to China will be a footnote in history. These abuses are happening now. Not just yesterday, not just 10 years ago, 100 years ago, 2,000 years ago, today. Today it's happening, before these regimes even gain full legitimacy. If this is how these regimes act while still vying for international recognition, how much worse will it become when they are legitimized with formal governance or statehood? What will they do with full legitimacy if this is what they already do in daylight? If we care about protecting Christians, we must stop applauding the hands that strangle us. Stop funding the systems that erase us, and start standing with the people who have historically fought for all marginalized groups and now have been abandoned to fight alone just to stay alive while the world turns away from us and tokenizes our suffering to advance their corrupted agendas. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashuriana. It's very, very moving, and we are listening.
Sorry if I stand up. It's a lot easier for me.
Sure.
Yeah. I don't know if there's a mic up here. You guys all hear me? All right.
There might be a hand. I don't know if that works or not. Or you can have this. You can have this.
No, this one's working. This one's working now.
Okay.
Okay. Maybe I'll use it. Maybe I won't. We'll see. First of all, it's great to be back. I was here some years ago, whatever, and I had a great time, developed some really good friendships, and I am a fan of your organization. I'm glad to hear that you're still out there fighting the fight, even though your issue isn't in the headlines anymore. So I know that's a very difficult thing to try to fight through, because you need that attention in order to get the oxygen that you need in order to make a difference. So I honor you for pushing through that. I remember writing as far back as 2003 or 2004 that there was soon going to be this chain reaction of regimes falling across the Middle East. One would happen, one would fall, and then very rapidly that would then trigger another and another, and I didn't know where it would begin. But I knew it was going to happen. And I warned if we did not start identifying and developing allies who aren't Islamist extremists, but also weren't extremist dictators, we would be stuck in a situation where we would have no options. We would just have to choose between numerous terrible options. And unfortunately, that seems to be the situation we've ended up in. There are some allies on the ground, but it's not what it could have been. It's not what it should be. And unfortunately, the Coptic Christians in Egypt will pay a price, even though we're talking about Syria. Jihadists don't talk about, oh, Coptic Christians versus Assyrians. They talk about Christians. If they feel they're in a fight with Christians in Syria, they will feel they are in a fight with Christians in Egypt and Lebanon and everywhere else. And so the price to pay, if we allow HTS or a splinter of HTS or any other group to rise up in Syria, is that some of them will want to make a name for themselves. And they will look, as jihadists so often do, to the Coptic Christians as the prey that can make them famous. And they're going to want to be the new big bad guys on the block by being the ones to take it to the Christians in Egypt and say, oh, this is part of a common front. That is what is going to happen. And so I'm worried about particularly the Sinai Peninsula. But the reality is that everyone in this room knows that. But if you look at media coverage about the interim government and the situation in Syria, even though this was all talked about until Assad fell, it's like, you know, this is the situation we're going to end up in. All of a sudden, it's all this optimistic talk, and it's being obscured by groups, particularly 501c3 nonprofits in the United States, who are giving Ahmed al-Shara the fastest makeover of a public figure I have ever seen in my career of over 20 years. I never thought I would come to a day where a former leader of an al-Qaeda branch in Syria, with maybe hours difference between when he was officially al-Qaeda and no longer was, could suddenly be celebrated as a guy who saw the light. Come on, Hollywood studios for celebrities can't pull that off. They usually have to go away for a while and then come back. Not this guy. He's an al-Qaeda official? Kidding me? Groups like the Syrian American Council, the Syrian Emergency Task Force, the American Coalition for Syria, and various Arab and Islamic groups in the US who are reinventing him are the same exact ones who always told us that the moderate solution in the region and in Syria especially was the Muslim Brotherhood and Turkish dictator Erdogan. Same exact guys saying those are your allies. Well, how'd that turn out? How do you like the situation right now? So we've seen this playbook. We don't have to guess about this. It's the same people saying the same type of thing, just applying it to a different partner of theirs. Now, of course, to whatever degree Ahmed al-Shara has matured, as he said, and grown up and become more pragmatic, maybe there's some incentives that will make him not be as horrible. We should welcome that. Always welcome things that go in the right direction. Positive reinforcement is important. But that doesn't mean you have to capitulate to a terrorist who, frankly, I'm not even sure he's going to be there in power in a few years. I mean, I'm hearing people talk about this interim government as if they won an election already and are going to be in power for 20 years, so you better deal with them and accept them. Well, what is his political constituency? Can anybody tell me? Because the al-Qaeda type Salafists hate him because he, to his credit, his forces after he left al-Qaeda did fight an al-Qaeda affiliate there, so they don't like him. He's not extreme enough. The other Salafists will, and he's a Salafist himself, will call him an apostate who deserves death because he is participating in democracy and elections. And he calls it democracy, and that's a man-made process. The punishment for that is death. All right, so he lost that constituency. So who's left? Oh, the Muslim Brotherhood? You know, maybe he's moving in that direction because it's been so successful. No, they're not going to accept him either because he's talking about normalizing ties with Israel. And even if it's a trick, he's gone way too far. He's taken a step beyond what they would even say is permissible by deception with some of the stuff that he's saying. He has reportedly a pretty positive relationship with the Saudis, not as close as he does with Turkey, but that's there. So the Muslim Brotherhood's going to hate him. He's not pro-Hamas enough for them. So he doesn't have that constituency. So who's left? The minorities? The secular, more-minded Sunnis? You think they're going to accept him? You think they're going to accept a former al-Qaeda leader? That's not happening either. So his task is to somehow, overnight, develop a political constituency, a personality cult. And he has to do that before all of these factions turn on each other and turn on him, and the whole thing falls apart. So let's not gamble our security and the well-being of the population on this idea that he's definitely going to be in power. Because if there's anything that we've learned since the Arab Spring began, is that the leader that looks secure today very well may not be there tomorrow. And that's exponentially more true in Syria. So what does that mean, though, for the Christians and the other minorities that are in Syria, if it does start falling apart? Well, mostly everybody, if they feel comfortable saying it, will say, you know what? They're going to be wiped out. They're going to be massacred. It'll either be a quick genocide, a bloody one that you hear about, or it'll be one that you don't hear about. A slow-moving genocide, where tyrannical policies prevent them from growing, expanding, forces them to move out, forces them to lose their faith. And those are two things that you ever hear. I don't accept either of those. It's our choice whether that happens or not. When you say that those are your choices, that becomes your choices. So I'm not going to say it. And here's why I have hope. My background is in intelligence analysis and forecasting, and there's some trends that I think are often missed. What's the global trend behind the economics, culture, religion, politics, international community, religion, even borders? But what is that trend? It's towards decentralization and self-determination. The power of individuals and local communities is rapidly increasing. Populations who don't even have the freedom to operate are somehow overthrowing governments now. Information blockades are being broken by VPNs. Activists who don't have privacy rights communicate through military-grade encryption apps on their phones. Bans on guns are being gone around by 3D printed guns. And cheap Ukrainian drones are destroying, to the tune of billions of dollars, the mighty and massive Russian military. So when you say, well, can the Christians defend themselves? Well, look at the trend. Hell yeah, they can. And so can the other minorities. I mean, that's where the trend is going, is that those populations are increasingly able to defend themselves, defend each other, and craft their own futures. What that means is that centralized governments, like HTS or any other one, are going to increasingly lose power faster and faster and faster. And you're seeing the results of that. The Druze minority had their own autonomous state from 1921 to 1936. And you're watching that come right back before our eyes. Whether we want to call it that or not, that's what's happening. And Christians live within those new unofficial borders. I think you're going to see the same thing happen with the Alawites. They had their own autonomous state from 1920 to 1936. In fact, I think it's inevitable. There's a Christian population there. And we need to accept that inevitability, prepare for it, and shape it, instead of just resisting it and saying, well, it's not polite in diplomatic circles to talk about a future where Syria is not united. Now, if for diplomatic reasons we have to consistently declare our commitment to united Syria, I actually understand that. You can go ahead and do it. But that doesn't mean that you should take away your own options by ignoring what the trend tells you is about to happen. Because you know what? The Iranian regime, Hezbollah, the former Assad regime elements that are in Russia, almost certainly backed by the Russian government, know that's the future. Look at their information operations. Look at their terrorist operations, their intelligence operations, all of that that's going on in that area along the coast. They are positioning themselves very predictably to tell Syria's minorities, especially the Christians and people who care about the Christians in the West, that they are the moderates. The same trick again. That if you want to save them from genocide, guess what? We're the only ones that are willing to go in there and stop it. May not like us, but it's better than Al-Qaeda, it's better than ISIS, it's better than those guys. That's the game plan. They're already talking about it. You can see it in their own chats, in their own media. So I would argue that instead of resisting the inevitable trend, the US, Israel, and our allies should accept reality and welcome the birth of an Alawite and Druze majority autonomous regions or even independent countries and partner with them now. Help them build the local forces that they need to so that they don't get stuck with that same choice that we got ourselves stuck in, where you have to choose between a bunch of bad guys who protect you. Stop doing the same thing over and over again. And in making this case, particularly if I was talking to the administration, I'd point out that the Mediterranean coast of Syria has tremendous economic opportunities. So those who support the Christians, the Alawites, the Druze, in developing a new future for themselves, have a lot to gain. They can't offer a new Air Force One, but if they have to, they can offer a new Trump Towers. They can offer a new Trump golf course. I mean, that's the language we got to talk about, that politicians and American companies can benefit from the economic prosperity that would come with excluding the Iranian regime, the former Assad regime, the Russians, HTS from an area. If that's what we got to do, then that's an argument that we got to make. But what this also means is the decentralization trend is that the Kurdish regions of Iraq, Syria, and yes, even Iran, will increasingly become empowered also. That's another inevitable trend that we have to seize instead of deny that it exists. Now, I've long said two key things. I've said, and most Iraqis I talk to agree with this, there should be an autonomous province or region for the Christians, the Yazidis, and the other minorities in Iraq. That seems obvious to me. It's bizarre to me that that hasn't happened. I'm also long on record as saying an independent Kurdistan should be the official objective of U.S. foreign policy. Maybe not everyone agrees with me on that, but it's kind of inevitable. And there are enough pro-American elements there that, just like in any other situation, I would say try to empower those. Try and shape the situation instead of just saying we don't like that outcome that you're not going to be able to stop. In 2017, I went on Fox and Friends when we knew Trump was probably watching, because he was watching right before I went on and he was watching shortly after. Maybe he was distracted, I don't know, but we knew there was a good chance he was watching. And I criticized him for not protecting the Kurds and the Syriac Military Council Christians from Erdogan, who was bombing them at the time. So my record is clear. I'm a friend of the Kurds. I care about them. When I went to Iraqi Kurdistan, I talked to Christians living there who told me how much they appreciated the Kurdish treatment of them. But I also went to Karakush. I also went to that part of Iraq, and I met with the Assyrian Christians there. They had a different experience. I've talked to Christians in Syria who have had good experiences with Kurds. I've also talked to ones that have had bad experiences with Kurds. And I don't believe, even though I'm a friend of the Kurds, that all the Christians who have negative experiences with Kurds are making it up for just no apparent reason, because the incentive doesn't exist. And so, I don't know if we have anyone here from the Kurdish regional government or someone that works with the Kurdish government. If you don't want to identify yourselves, I understand. I'm not coming to criticize you. But I think they need to hear a message. And that's, first of all, thank you for being America's best ally on the ground in Iraq and Syria. You have an opportunity to create a new era for the Kurdish people and for your light to brightly pierce the darkness that has plagued the Middle East for so long. But Mahatma Gandhi, who succeeded in making India independent and great, just like you want for Kurdistan, said the true measure of any society can be found in how it treats its most vulnerable members. Your path to greatness runs alongside the Christians, not through the Christians. Every country and state has imperfections. If Christians who have negative experiences with Kurds, or even other Kurds have negative experiences with you and your government, they disagree with you about something, and they're not allowed to be publicly heard, and they don't feel like they can come to you with a problem, and that you'll care enough to actually believe them and work together to try to address it, then that bright light that you have will dim, and eventually it will fade right back into the darkness.
Ryan, thank you very much. We're out of time.
Okay, I got one paragraph. And to everyone who is Coptic, I want to thank you as a non-Arab American Christian for inspiring me with your faith, for not turning to the same hatred and brutality that's afflicted you. And I urge you to shape the future, not to surrender to it, for the sake of yourselves, for my sake, for the sake of the United States, the region, and the entire world. Thank you.
I want to ask the organizers, do we have any time left on this panel? I know we were supposed to wrap up at 2, but we got a late start. But there's a full agenda beyond. Okay, all right. Well, sorry. We didn't get to talk about ISIS, which is another looming problem there in Syria. So, but no. I just want to flag it for another time. Okay, we can just do a lightning round maybe. So there's tens of thousands of ISIS and militants in prisons and their family members in camps in Syria. I understand that it's growing. They're recruiting actually from the region, but also, especially as they see Shara with his trim beard and his clothes, and they think he's changed. They're one of the people that maybe buy into his sudden change. And also the ranks of the Salafists from the HTS, who are roaming the streets and intimidating the minorities, and Sunnis as well, who don't go along with them. They're recruiting successfully. So what do we do? I'd like to ask our panelists, just sort of a lightning round, very quickly. What do you see as a solution to this ISIS presence in Syria? David, do you want to start? Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it's a whole panel of itself. The Shara solution, which actually is backed by the United States government, is to incorporate the foreign fighters, the jihadis, the Islamist extremists into the military, to put them into one unit and spread out other officers in high-ranking positions. I think this is kicking the can down the road. It's delaying the problem, not solving it. These people are always going to pose a problem. I don't think you can, frankly, extradite or expel the Uyghur fighters that help liberate Syria from Assad. You can't send them back to China to be murdered by the Chinese regime. You could put them on farms and let them have a normal life in Syria, but that's a fairy tale. I don't think we have a good solution for this. We want Shara to succeed at having a moderate government that he may or may not have. But I think the general view is that if he doesn't succeed, what comes next will be worse.
Yeah, so this has been a difficult question for years, actually. It's not a new question, how to deal with ISIS. I mean, we had to face it as Syrian Christians when they started to move on regions where we had a population, like, you know, the Syrian Khabur Valley, and then also Hasaki, Qamishli. They wanted to really take over the area. And we had our backs as Christians against the wall, and the only solution was SDF. That was,
and that's changing. The plan is to change that, to take it from the SDF forces custody to transfer it to Shara's custody.
So, right. So now we're going back to what happened during the Obama administration, where they said the solution would be to support Islamist groups who will be moderate, you know, and who will fight them. But in the past, they never fought them. They took the support and didn't deliver. So, you know, you be the judge. I mean.
I think what happened in Idlib is a good example of where HTS is going to go for the future of Syria. And it's dangerous that we went from one violent, oppressive, extremely violent, actually, dictator to now a terrorist leader. We just need to stop legitimizing these kinds of mentalities and allowing them to take power. We need to promote religious freedom. We need to promote peaceful coexistence that starts with tapping into the education and ensuring there's no external interference, there's no indoctrination of these kinds of ideologies, because as we've been seeing now, following the Alawite and Druze massacres, We're even seeing Salafist ideology in the university students when they're going into these Christian neighborhoods and calling for jihad. We need to really back the vulnerable communities, whether they're indigenous or religious minorities, and really give them a platform to participate in governance, and not just on paper, but actually have a voice without external interference. And we need to back them so we actually can have peaceful coexistence.
Yeah, I'll be quick. No, local self-defense forces, local community empowerment.
Well, thank you very much. It was my honor to introduce you all and to moderate this panel. Thank you for doing it and coming, sharing your thoughts and insights. And thank you all.
Okay, so we'll just keep going. Our next session is actually an interview that's going to be moderated by President of Coptic Solidarity, Caroline Doss. So if the panel can come up, please, interviewers.
Hello, everyone. Thank you and welcome. Thank you for your patience. This panel will be focused on, louder? I know everyone's tired. Coffee and tea time, right? Okay, so this panel, thank you everyone for your attention, is focused on the, sorry?
All right, everybody, can we give the panel our attention, please? Let's keep the noise down. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. So this panel is focused on the kidnapping and forced conversion of Christian women in Egypt as well as Pakistan. So let me introduce our first panelist, Sonia Dalmans. And Sonia has 2 master's degrees. The first in Christian theology on abduction and sexual violence committed against Christian women. And the second is on Islamic theology in child forced marriage. She has, in the past decade, written many reports on abduction, forced marriage, and sexual violence against non-Muslim women and girls, as well as child and/or forced marriage, including the report for Coptic Solidarity. Thank you, Sonia. Our next speaker is Christine, and she is a witness to the persecution herself. Christine was raped at the age of 14 and pursued by her Muslim rapist until she eventually had to flee Egypt, fearing for her safety. At one point in time, she was presented with an Egyptian new Muslim ID card identifying her new name as Fatma? Fatma. She was forced to relocate several times and change her number, but yet her persecutor always found her and always found a way to let her know that he can reach her anywhere. Eventually, she had to leave Egypt fearing for her safety, and we thank her for her courage and coming here today, sharing her story and inspiring others to break through their silence and share their stories. Our last panelist, oh, thank you. Sorry, Joseph, here we go, 1 second. Our last panelist, Joseph Jansseen, a minority rights activist and advocacy officer with Jubilee Campaign Netherlands. Thank you for coming all this way. Focused on addressing systemic injustice against Christians, amplifying the voices of vulnerable communities, and holding state and non-state actors accountable for violations of religious freedom. Thank you to you all. So we'll do this a little differently. We're going to ask some questions to just try and make this a little more interactive, and we will start with Sonia. Sonia, can you tell us more about the breeding ground for abduction, forced marriages, and conversions? Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yes, well,
Your button.
most of the time, hello everyone. Most of the time we concern ourselves with rape, abduction, forced conversions, as with ISIS, for example, when there is armed conflict or war, or a genocide even when we think about the Yazidi community in Syria and Iraq. But these things often start way before that happens. We have seen, for example, when we think about Syria, the situation there with Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, in Idlib, when they were in power, that they already had strict dress codes, that they already were preventing women and girls from going to university and school, that women who did not obey the dress codes were punished in public, that women and girls were already trafficked under their control. We've seen the same thing in the region in Syria where the SNA was in power. We see these things also in Egypt, for example, with Coptic women and girls. The report you mentioned, that is not a country at war, but it still happens. And this has to do with a marginalized and discriminated situation Copts find themselves in Egypt, and women and girls are then targeted. We see it in Turkey, we see it in Iraq, in Azerbaijan, Nigeria, Pakistan, Cabo Delgado, Mozambique, everywhere. So the key thing is, when you speak about the breeding ground, to understand that when these things occur first, you have to act immediately, you have to call the perpetrators out. way before finally an armed conflict starts, because then things will even escalate. You know, the situation for women and girls will then eventually get even worse than that, and then we see the abductions, as we now see, for example, in the Alawite communities in Syria, or as when we speak about Egypt, the situation when a minority, an ethno-religious minority group has been marginalized, as you very well know, Caroline, for centuries already. Then it has become a pattern, and then it will be very hard to act, because then all the things, you know, the deception has been set, the majority group that is in control, that threatens, intimidates people, which prevents people to speak up. When that has become a pattern from centuries on, it's very hard. We've heard that in our lobby days this week when we visited representatives, senators here in the US, also in European Parliament, then it becomes really difficult to act upon these things. So it's key to call out the breeding ground when it starts, because otherwise it might be too late.
Thank you, Sonia. Christine. Oh, she's going to speak in English. She's good. Oh, yeah, thank you. So, Christine used the translator yesterday, but she feels like she can do it in English today. So we're happy to hear your voice. So yesterday when you spoke, you mentioned that you had relocated multiple times. You went from your home city to Alexandria, to Cairo, back to Alexandria, if I remember, changing your number multiple times. How do you think your abductor was so easily able to locate you each time, find your number, and continue to pursue you? How do you think he was able to do that?
So I would say it is like a very prepared organizations that they are baking on Christian girls, especially if they are coming from a good family, like a priority, they will do it. And of course, with government help, they will do it. It is very easy to track anybody in Egypt if they want to do it. And especially, I was over YouTube, there is another, people are talking about ex-Muslims. They were talking about how they were tracing and tracking Coptic girls to transform them to Islam, convert them, rape them, and it is like very prepared organizations, that's what I would say.
I know you also had mentioned that your persecutor was able to even access your college school records and would use your grades in the school system and send them to you before you even got your grades from college, demonstrating how far-reaching they were and how far they can get into everything, even your own university, and use that as a tool to scare you and intimidate you.
Yes, well, actually, I would say it is like they are just supported from like the organizations that I was just talking about, and
closer.
And I think it is just being like having my results, even without like me having it. It was just putting more pressure on me that you are under our control. Like that's all the things that I can see clearly today as like I'm here and that I became adult, and that same scenarios is happening with the other girls, that I would say it is really dangerous. It is really dangerous for any Coptic girl to stay in Egypt for now. My situation was like 20 years ago, but it's still like because we didn't speak at that time, we were afraid, we didn't have support that we needed. So I think right now it is like, they are not stoppable, that's what I can say. Like it's getting worse and worse. And that we didn't speak at that time, as I said, it makes them shameless. And
yeah,
like, yes.
Emboldened,
Emboldened, thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Joseph, what patterns do you see across cases of childhood abduction, forced faith conversion and child marriages in Pakistan?
Well, thank you so much for the question. I would like to play the video, and this will also a little bit explain about the trends.
This was a difficult mission, so I brought to a Pope to ask him for prayers. He received me and told him about the slaves in Pakistan, and he almost cried.
Somehow the father of this girl, Sarah, Shifa, received my number. I received a video message from him. My daughter is 14 years old and she has been kidnapped from his home with the help of some gangster who is involved in the prostitution.
So she gave a statement that she did not want to come with her parents. Yes, she said that she had converted to Islam.
Does it matter the fact that she's a minor? This police officer is saying that Sarah, inshallah, meaning by the grace of Allah, will never return to her parents because she is converted to Islam. This poor guy here has 4 daughters, beautiful daughters, very shining daughters.
These girls are in great risk.
In the village.
So we should rescue them. Why we keep talking? Let's go.
Of course, we have to have a really good plan, really. These are some of the member of the gangster. Wow. Najma, where is Najma? Wow.
Najma is Bigana.
Mafia num Rosi desri e Kalam desri. Yes.
Thank you, Joseph. That was very moving. And the title, Slaves of Islam. Thank you. Would you like to comment on the
Yes,
video?
this was a rescue mission that we conducted last year. So what happened, our minor girls who have been abducted, forcefully converted to Islam, and they have been forcefully married with their abductors. So when we go to we saw in this video, for example, a police officer. So we went to the police station, even with international delegation, calling them, requesting them, see, this was the 14-year-old girl, Shara Shifa. This is her birth certificate. Her parents were crying over there. And police officers respond. So that is the police officer respond that's saying, no, this girl will never return to her parents. Inshallah, meaning by the grace of, if God's will. So this is the response from the police officer. So these are the trends when we talk about forced conversion, child marriage. Our girls have been stolen from their families, and this was the response from the police officer. And the same kind of response when we go to the courts. We are standing in the courts, parents are standing in the courts, and judge will accept the bogus documents, false documents. He will accept the false conversion certificate, marriage certificate, birth certificate, which is written, girl is 9-year-old, physically you see the 9-year minor girl, and they will present false documents saying she's 18-year-old. Judge will not do any kind of examination, investigation, and inquiry. And in the court, he will simply ask the girl, is there anybody who has forcefully converted you to Islam, or you have married with your free will? And this 9-year girl will very intimated, very afraidly say yes, and the judge will accept this yes as like stamped on the conversion and hand over this girl to her abductor, to her so-called husband. So these conversions or marriages are why these people get married, for example. They marry only because they have kidnapped these girls, they have raped these girls, they have sexually abused these girls, or they wanted to traffic these girls to domestically or internationally. And they marry only to cover up the heinous crime they have committed. Marriage simply gives them a legal cover, and the judge makes stamp on that by giving them or accepting them without any investigation. So that's what happened in many cases. Unfortunately, parents will go to the police court, their FIRs not have been registered, the complaints are not registered, they come back. And if we don't get involved as international organizations, these girls never return. Some of the parents I see, I received a call from another family, for example. Father, when I spoke to him, he told me, Joseph, I have given up. I thought I had 4 children and my daughter is abducted, and now I have accepted that I have 3 children. So meaning this is this kind of the helpless people are.
So you're saying there's a consistent pattern of government support and participation in completing the conversion and the disappearance of these Christian girls?
Yes, so there's state institutes are involved. State institutes play the role of a facilitator when it comes to child marriage and forced conversion.
Thank you, Joseph, for bringing that to light. That's very important.
Thank you.
Sonia, back to you. Can you tell us more about the connection between child marriages, abduction, and the forced marriage?
Yes, well, when you look at all these countries where this is happening, Egypt as well, the Egyptian government has a goal, so they say, as to in 2030 to completely eliminate child marriage from the country. We also see that there is still child marriages happening. There are loopholes in the legislation, in the law in Egypt, so men can actually marry girls under 18, but they get away with it because of these loopholes. But more than that, there is a pattern that when in a country or a region there is an increase of child marriage, in Nigeria, in Egypt, in Syria, Iraq, all these countries, these are also the countries that, for example, are present in the top 20 of countries with the highest percentages of child marriage. These are very often also the countries that we are speaking about here on this panel. So the countries where there are abductions, forced marriages, and forced conversions to Islam. So there is a very clear connection between that, because these are the countries where Islamist extremists, have their views on marriage. And I think it would be very important for policymakers to keep that in mind. We see that in Afghanistan, for example, ever since the Taliban were in power again, so for the second term, there is an increase of 40% of child marriage. We see it under the Houthis in Yemen. We see that under ISIS, with HTS in Syria, in the region where the SNA previously was in control. Everywhere there is an increase of child marriage. You also see the trafficking, the abduction, forced conversion, and forced marriage of non-Muslim women. And I think that's a very important, that's a key point for policymakers to bear in mind.
So you see the underage marriages or the child marriages as definitely a clear sign that this is a country that has an issue with the forced conversions and the kidnappings. You see a direct line between the two.
Yes, and that is also why I did the 2 masters on specifically these 2 subjects, because they are connected. And also because, we also see that in Egypt, as I wrote in the report for Coptic Solidarity, When in a country, for example, rape may be something that is not allowed under law, but marital rape doesn't exist. A Coptic girl, for example, that is forced to marry and is raped, what chances does she have in a legal system when the rapist is now her husband, but on paper is not able to rape her because marital rape is not recognized as such, which is also the case Mr. Jensen is making for the situation in Pakistan, but also in other countries. So yeah, I do believe that there is a very clear connection between these two things, and also with regard to policy. So that is why, this is also the recommendations I make in my master thesis. It's important to recognize that.
Thank you, Sonia. Christine, back to you. You had mentioned that there was at one point in time you were presented an ID and it looked like you, but it said Muslim and had a different name. How do you think they were able to do that without your permission?
Well, at that time when I saw the ID was having my face in hijab, calling me Fatima and I'm a Muslim, without even being me going to Azhar or say that I'm a Muslim. It is just that I remembered that when they were telling me to go back to fencing to play, that they were looking for a player that she is tall, and that I was very naive, and I believed that they just looking for a tall person to come back to the game.
Who's them?
They are the other team players, Muslim team players with me. They were the same age, and I wasn't sure, I just went back because I want to play. I did like the game. That's why I was playing in the primary school at the beginning. So anyhow, when I went back, they were very happy, and we were just finishing the exercise, and we going back home. It was winter time, so everyone was covered. They were all Muslim in hijabs. It was only me Christian, so somebody gave me a scarf to put it around my neck as it is cold, as a good friend. So I took it and I thanked her, and I had it over my neck. But at a certain point, she was standing by my right side, and she was like, no, 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 it's really cold, your ears, you need to cover your head. And suddenly, she took it over my head, and there was a phone, a mobile. It was somebody was standing over there. I didn't realize they were just taking a picture of me wearing it. Till I saw the picture inside the ID having me.
So these were your teammates on your fencing team?
Yes, and they are all Muslims, as I said. So I was raised, my father, as a good Christian man. He was, and my mother too, they were saying, we treat everyone, even they are not Christian, in a good way. We trust people. People are not evil. That is what Jesus told us. So I never thought that was their, a strategy, a strategy behind what was happening. I was just very good, a team member, and that's it. Then I saw the ID after being raped. That happened it was 1 to 3, steps. It wasn't just a random thing, no. It was just that's why when I was talking about it was very organized, it's really organized. It's I know you haven't been there, but I was there, and the way it happened, it is extremely organized. And when I say it is not safe for Coptic girls, I mean it is not safe for any Christian girl, actually, because we had a hidden, they just did, kidnapped the Catholic girl recently. So it doesn't mean it is just the Copts. It is as being a Christian. That means we are going to attack you. We have the right to do anything to you. especially the minors. They are going to be like under attack.
Thank you, Christine. So you're saying it's not just government officials which produce the ID, but it's also they use younger people as part of their plot, like your teammates,
yes.
Telling them, hey, perhaps help us recruit or bring over this Christian to Islam.
I have something to add. It was like while this was happening, that the other team members that I just mentioned, they were like, the trainer is going to marry Christine someday, and they gave it like blessing, and I thought it was just a joke. How come? Like I'm just 14, and he was older than me by 13 years. He's a Muslim, so I thought it was just a silly joke. It is not going, like, what are you talking about? You know, like, it's not real. Yeah, exactly. And that is even like just started to go back to the training. Like it wasn't, I wasn't there for a long time yet when I came back. So right now I'm just saying, well, I know my dad raised me well. I know that he wanted me to trust everybody, and that even being non-Christian, but unfortunately, after my experience, I'm here to say, no, we can't trust them. Yes, there is like even the moderate Muslims, now they are like putting a pressure over them. They are not moderate anymore. There is like, they are just like, even the moderate became, yeah. What? Radically, yeah, so.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Christine, for sharing that. Joseph, a question for you. What specific steps do you think the U.S. Congress and international communities can take to support the persecuted Christians in Pakistan?
Well,
diplomatically, legislatively, or any other humanitarian aid?
Well, thank you. I think this question is very, very important question for me and for the victims who are facing these atrocities in Pakistan. I think it's very important that the US Congress or congressmen or senators or international community, when these incidents happened, they condemned, they raised voice, these religiously motivated incident, for example, abduction of the girl. You might have heard an incident happened in Sweden. A religious page was burned down by an individual, and that was condemned by the entire Islamic Ummah. When you see that, how big condemnation was that, because of simple page. And on the other side, we see people have been burned alive in Pakistan. They have been lynched, they have been burned alive. 26 churches were burned on different locations. Multiple locations were attacked by Muslims in 2023. And when 23 churches were burned down, there was not that much condemnation from the Congress or international community that 26 churches have been. So I see there is a lack. I see that how Islamic Ummah, how Muslim, when something happened to that side, how they advocate, how they express, how they condemned on social media. And that's where I think it's important that if international community, international organizations, Congress, individual congressmen, senators take action, should have taken action when 26 churches were burned down, should have taken action when Nazir Masih, a Christian, was falsely accused of blasphemy and was lynched outside his factory of shoes. So the mob came, many incidents happened where the Islamic extremist mob come and they attack Christians, they burn their churches, they burned individuals, they take the law into their own hands. In 2024, there has been multiple extrajudicial killing. They take the people from the hands of the police, grabbing them out of the police station and burning them alive front of the authorities, and they do not take that much action. So that's where I think congressmen, senators, create a pressure. And I want to finish with my own experience. My sister, Shagufta Kausar, was sentenced to death on blasphemy charges, and she spent 8 years in Pakistan. I want to tell you, in 2021, European Parliament passed a resolution which got 686 votes from the parliamentarians, and after 2 months my sister and her husband were released. So there is a result when you talk, when you bring resolution, when you bring advocacy, when you talk about the incidents at the Congress, in the Senate, European Parliament, United Nations, we have results. We have seen that the special rapporteurs have sent communication for individual cases, and people who have been sentenced to death, they were behind the bar for years, have been released. So there is a result. What you are doing, what international community is doing. So that's we need to continue, and that's where in the end, I will say that the European Union, as the European Union has, agreement with Pakistan with the trade. So there is agreement, free GSP plus, free trade to Europe. So it's a GSP plus scheme in the Europe. So whatever they are bringing trade to Europe, it's a free trade, and in return, Pakistan is obligated to bring good governance, rights of the minorities, and obligated to amplify 27 conventions. And same way, if your organization and congressmen here and women and senators can amplify the same pattern, same things like from European Union, all kinds of aid which is going to Pakistan should be on conditions of human rights, 27 conventions. So I think if we little bit do our advocacy on that sector, that will help us a lot, and that will also bring a lot of pressure on Pakistani government to bring some changes. Thank you if I have taken more time.
Thank you, Joseph, for sharing the recommendations and your personal story about your sister. And thank you for sharing about Pakistan, because I believe this is the first time, correct me if I'm wrong, that we've had someone from Pakistan talk to us about the persecution of Christians in Pakistan, and that helps certainly raise awareness and helps us also add that to the list of many things that we need to work on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Does anyone have any closing comments? Sonia, we'll start with you.
Yes, thank you. I think listening to what we've been hearing today, unfortunately, the focus is very much about power, empowerment, and shifts of power. But when it comes to the vulnerability of women and girls, we see that vulnerable groups have no power at all, they have no voice. And unfortunately, even though policymakers have these programs that cost a lot of money, girl empowerment projects, I know that in Nigeria, for example, that after the abduction of the 300 schoolgirls in Chibok, that had a program where people were, with money of the US government, by the way, that they had a t-shirt, a red t-shirt, with Bring Back Our Girls, the famous hashtag that you may all well remember, and that was the help. I don't know how that exactly has been helping to free 300 schoolgirls who were taken by Boko Haram and forced to rape, married and forcibly have sex with these men, but there we are. That is one of the things that I think that we need to focus much more, not necessarily on giving 1 or 2 women power, but by focusing on and advocating for the vulnerable. And they don't all need to become, the prime minister of whatever country. They just need to have bodily integrity and the right to have their own religion and make their own choice who they want to sleep with and who they want to marry. I think that's one of the key issues. Another one is that there is little in the press, there's underreporting. The famous Armenian scholar, Dr. Elise Semerjan, wrote in her last book, and most of us, I think, are aware of what happened to Armenian women and girls during the SIFO and during the Armenian genocide, but also lately in Artsakh, also called Nagorno-Karabakh in Azerbaijan. If we as women get one page in all these documents or official reports, we praise ourselves lucky. And that is the issue. There is very little attention to what happens to women and girls because we keep viewing what is happening as a byproduct of war or armed conflict rather than as a, an issue or a form of genocide or a human rights crime or a war crime even in itself. And I think lastly, what is very important, specifically with regard to the situation in Egypt, when I was doing the report, I was shocked to find that actually, and I won't call names, but there are some organizations that do not believe what is happening in Egypt. But they do believe what is happening to Christian girls in other countries. I'll leave it there, but I think that is one of the key issues, that there is equal treatment of girls that are abducted and are forcibly married and converted to Islam. Or, and I quote, Yazidi young girl that when the attack of 7th October in Israel by Hamas happened, Israel organized at the UN a meeting on these rapes of Jewish women, and the Yazidi girl then came to speak and she said, rape is wrong. Can we at least agree on that? And I would like to add that to all the policymakers and bear that in mind, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Sonia. Christine, would you like to share any final thoughts?
Yes, I would say, so I want the community to raise awareness about how Muslim girls that they have been raised. I would say something happened with me situation when I was in the primary school. In the first semester, I was almost 7 years old. There was the first semester, the first week, I had a Muslim girl sitting beside me on the same desk. On the third day, she was just pushing me away, crying, go away, you are Christian, you don't talk to me, you are an infidel, and you are going to hell. I'm not supposed to talk to you. And while she was doing this, as a child, I was like, what's going on? I didn't do anything. I was very good to you. And I was just pointing to the door. I saw her father, that I knew that her father after that. He was just like giving me a bad look. And I was like, I have a question for him. Why you are raising that child to hate another child that she is just a different in religion?
How old were you?
Almost 7 years. I was,
7?
The first year in the primary school. And when I was like going to the high school, there was, so I was in a private school for premium and elementary, primary school, okay. So in the high school, to continue in a private school, I was asked to wear a hijab. Even I'm not a Christian. That happened. Yes, so when I asked them, like, I'm not a Muslim, why should I cover my hair? They told me, just put even a small hijab, you don't have to wear like a full one. I was like, no, I refuse. And I had to go to a different school, and like, for now, I don't appreciate what happened with me, and I think it is getting worse and worse, like I said. And for me, for any recommendation, I'm just saying the community, we need to support each other. Every Christian need, like, even, okay, don't say it's not, never happened to my family. No, it can happen to everyone. So be aware about it, and when it happens, please support each other. We are all Christians, we are all brothers and sisters. So we need to support each other, and we need to support the girls themselves, and when something like that happens, as I said yesterday to the girls, please talk to your family. They are the first line to help you and support you. And for the families, don't be afraid, because they are like, when he was threatening me, like coming under my house, if you didn't calm down, I'm going to talk to your family, I will tell on you. Well, I wish I told him, go ahead. So now I'm asking any girl in my situation, hopefully she is safe, and just talk, because when the community, like, it's coming very strong when we are on the same, the same heart. We are one heart, and we are going to defend and protect our girls. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine, for sharing your story. Thank you for having the courage to speak out and to hopefully encourage other girls also to find their voice and seek help. Thank you. Joseph, any final comments?
Thank you, sure. Well, there is a list of issues in Pakistan. We have spoken today only forced conversion, child marriage, the blasphemy laws. There's Constitution of Pakistan gave us freedom of religion or belief. There are different, the province, different laws, domestic laws prevent, rape or abduction of the minor girls or women. But unfortunately, this freedom which Constitution of Pakistan gave us is only on paper. It is not in practice. So we need to hold Pakistan accountable. We need to hold Pakistan accountable on its treaties, on its obligation by signing international treaties, becoming the member of international treaties. So we need to raise and bring this paper to your advocacy, thank you very much, to your advocacy so that Pakistan, these girls get relief. And one of the last thing is also we can urge US government to amplify 7031C, it's a US law which ban those male features who are against human rights, for example. So we can call on US government to banning these individuals, judges, lawyers, a police officer, for example, or parliamentarians who are hindering, who are restricting general laws or amplifying these domestic laws or hindering, for example, international conventions. So if we are able to ban these individuals to coming to US, that will be one step, to show them that international community is taking action. So thank you very much.
Thank you to everyone on our panel for sharing your personal experiences, your expertise, and your recommendations. It was invaluable. Thank you.
Joseph, can I have one of these pages, or is it yours?
Yeah, you can.
Okay. Our next speaker is Dr. Candace Lukasik. Dr. Lukasik is Assistant Professor of Religion and Faculty Affiliate in Anthropology and Middle Eastern Cultures at Mississippi State University. She's currently a Faculty Leave Fellow at the Crown Center for Middle East Studies at Brandeis University. Her research explores religion and the transnational politics of migration and violence in the Middle East, specifically Egypt and Iraq and its US diasporas. She is the author of Martyrs and Migrants, Coptic Christians and the Persecution Politics of US Empire with the New York University Press. Please welcome Dr. Lukasik.
Hi, everyone. I definitely feel like an interloper here for my presentation, but I hope it offers a little bit of a different perspective. Not different meaning that the other perspectives earlier and after me are somehow incorrect, but that I'm an anthropologist and we just like to hang out with people and collect stories. So I'm going to tell some of those today and just kind of go over a little bit about what my recent book that I published is on. So I'm very thankful to the invitation today to think about some of the questions in Martyrs and Migrants. So this is the cover of the book. So after the 2011 Egyptian revolution, Coptic Christians in Egypt faced more violent attacks and religious restrictions, which have been ongoing, whether in local attacks in El Minya, elsewhere, or everyday forms of discrimination in work, school, in the street. Based on research across Egypt and the United States, this book looks at how Copts have responded to that violence and global interest in it by translating that suffering into forms of visibility and recognition, both religiously and politically. And this has happened in the context of evolving post-revolutionary Egyptian politics, declining socioeconomic conditions, and most importantly for the book, rising migration to places like the United States. And before I go on, I wanted to highlight these two photos. One is from, well, actually both of them are from the American Coptic Association, or الهيئة القبطية الأمريكية. The one on the top is from 1977. It's from one of the COPS newsletters for those in the audience that maybe have some of those newsletters in their garage, from a protest in front of the UN. And the other one here is after the Nag Hammadi massacre in 2010, also in front of the United Nations. So the book also explores this kind of visibility and recognition and how it's complicated. In the US, Coptic Christians are sometimes seen as victims of religious persecution and allowed to immigrate for that reason through, for example, asylum. But at the same time, here in the US, they've also experienced racism and have been caught up in counterterrorism programs. So the book kind of talks about both of those things. But by following Copts between Egypt and the US, it shows how Coptic identity is shaped and reshaped across borders. Copts face different kinds of minority status in each country, marginalized in Egypt as Christians, not just marginalized, but discriminated against, persecuted, and seen in the US through a racial religious lens that is often shaped by conservative Christian politics. And these experiences influence how Copts see themselves, how they relate to one another, and how they engage in politics. Yet the book does not portray Coptic migrants as simply the subjects of American power, assimilating into American discourses of global Christian persecution, for example, nor are Copts as actors in their own right fully independent of these powerful discourses. Instead, the transnational Coptic story shows how political forces, like shifts in US foreign policy, we had a panel about that earlier, campaigns for international religious freedom, and the strategies of counterterrorism, shape the identities and actions of migrant communities like the Copts. And so with that being said, I just wanted to share a very brief bit about how this book came to be. And Coptic Solidarity is also a part of that story too. So I first went to Egypt in 2007 to study Arabic, where I became close with a Coptic Orthodox family in Cairo. And they welcomed me into their religious life, and that experience inspired me to return to Egypt almost every year since then. And over time, I also began visiting and attending Coptic churches across the US, from New York to California. And after Egypt's 2011 revolution, I noticed big changes in these churches, especially with new Coptic migrants arriving and generational tensions emerging. And while I had originally planned to study political movements in post-revolutionary Egypt, and I did do that with the Maspero Youth Union in particular for my master's thesis, I became more interested for my PhD in how migration was reshaping Coptic religious and political life across borders. And in 2017, I traveled across several US cities to choose where to focus my research. At a conference in Washington, D.C., I met with the head of a Coptic nonprofit who invited me to volunteer in rural Egypt teaching English. On December 11, 2016, a suicide bomber killed 29 people and injured 47 at St. Peter and St. Paul's Coptic Orthodox Church also known as El Butroseyya, a chapel next to St. Mark's Coptic Orthodox Cathedral in Cairo's Abbasiyya district. The bombing caused many diaspora volunteers to drop out of the program, and only a few of us went ahead with the trip to Bajura, a village in Upper Egypt, in early 2017. While there, I learned that nearly every family had relatives in the US. One man, Amin, that's not his real name, but he told me his niece had moved to New Jersey through the US green card lottery. Over lunch one day, he explained that although there are real tensions, not just tensions, but conflict, violent conflict between Muslims and Christians in Egypt, he said, quote, when Christians go to the US Embassy, they tell them they want to travel because of persecution. He emphasized this very strongly to me. Because part of the reason why I went there was to find what are the roots of persecution. I was trying to look for it. And the people I met directed me elsewhere. So that contrast between everyday realities that, for example, most Copts come to the US through the lottery or family reunification. For those here today, maybe many of you have family or have come to the US through the lottery. So between those everyday realities and how persecution gets taken up as a narrative or a form of collective identity, that sparked deeper questions for me about what happens in the process of migration, what happens in the politics of migration. So with Amin's help and others, I began exploring how Coptic migration is shaped by both local struggles in Egypt and larger global forces. So these are all my photos from Bashura as well. In general, the book argues that the way Copts remember violence and talk about religious identity in Egypt is already influenced by global power structures. For many Copts, their desire to migrate to the US is tied to the perception that the US is a Christian country and that it is a global protector of Christians, and that it is a land of freedom and prosperity. And conjoined with this, the influence of American politics, media, and policies all affect how Coptic suffering is understood, not just to the rest of the world, but also in the everyday lives of Copts themselves between Egypt and the US. Yet some migrant Copts are uneasy with how much attention is placed on stories of persecution and violence in Egypt, and they worry that these stories often leave out the real struggles of migration, what it costs to leave home, start over, and navigate a new life as a new kind of minority in the US. And while the book surely doesn't ignore the real discrimination and pervasive violence, especially in regions, particularly Al-Minya, but Nega Hamedi and Bahjura, which is next to it, is a very different kind of region. So that violence that Christians face in Egypt by the government and at the hands of everyday Muslims from recent and ongoing attacks in volatile Al-Minya, it looks at the challenges they face after migrating. And I say this as, just to be very clear, as Coptic migrants right now are languishing in ICE detention centers, for example, in Louisiana and elsewhere, and I think that's an important thing to mention. Life in the US can bring safety, not for them, but for many, but it also brings isolation and a lot of hardship. Instead of focusing on hopeful stories of resistance or success, the book highlights the deeper, often hidden impacts of migration, how it can quietly harm and divide as it promises freedom and opportunity. And for many Copts, migration is not just a path to a better life, it is also a kind of sacrifice, a white, bloodless martyrdom, an enduring struggle that continues long after they leave Egypt. So before I conclude, I wanted to share a short abridged section, if I can, if there's enough time, of the book derived from chapter 2, which is centered in rural Upper Egypt in Bajura, entitled Sectarian Memory and Migration Forces. And the section itself is entitled Violence and Shared Life, and really tries to think about the differences between a place like Al-Minya, for example, in Upper Egypt, in rural Upper Egypt, and Nega Hamedi. So on May 26, 2017, masked gunmen opened fire on a bus carrying Coptic pilgrims traveling from Maghaga, quite kind of hard to say, in El-Minya, Upper Egypt, to the monastery of St. Samuel the Confessor. At least 28 people were killed or martyred, and at least 22 were injured in the attack. I arrived in Bajura about an hour after the news broke in Egyptian and international media, and the family I was staying with gathered solemnly in the living room for tea as coverage from CTV, a popular Coptic broadcasting network, played in the background. Despite the tragedy, the women in the household had begun preparing for a wedding we were all planning to attend that evening, and local churches had already sent WhatsApp messages to their congregations announcing that the upcoming monastery trips were postponed until further notice. At the wedding, many spoke of the martyrs of El-Minya. Some questioned whether it was appropriate to allow music or dancing out of respect for the dead. Nevertheless, many of the men drank and danced throughout the evening, and an older man was visibly intoxicated. One of the sisters leaned over and whispered, "People are sad tonight because of El-Minya." Later that night, back at the house, a cousin of the family sat in the living room scrolling through Facebook. In his late 20s, Isha expressed frustration with how Muslims were responding to the events in El-Minya. And he felt there was a lack of direct acknowledgement of the suffering and martyrdom Copts had endured. We eventually made our way to the rooftop for a nightcap, and the conversation continued to revolve around what had happened. One of the women remarked, "I think the problem is connected to the Pope and his support for the president, al-Sisi. When he appeared on July 3rd, 2013 with Sheikh al-Azhar and Sisi, it signaled support for Morsi's ousting." Her sister-in-law responded, "But he had to. The message of July 3rd was that both Muslims and Christians supported the removal of Morsi." Another family member added, "This is exactly why it's dangerous. Islamists use it as a reason to attack Copts." An uncle retorted, "Well, we've been here for 2,017 years, and they've only been here for 1,400. Who are the original inhabitants of this country? Min asal al-balad." The following day, a friend and I visited a local church to meet a priest. And sitting in his office, he asked, "Did you see what happened?" referring to the attack. And he continued, "Of course, many people are immigrating, given the country's condition and this ongoing persecution. Still, some Copts in Bajura insisted, and very much insisted, that the narrative of persecution, which I had come to research and to find the roots of, that alone didn't fully capture their experience. Even in the aftermath of the attack, Copts emphasized that discrimination, tamyiz, was not only from Muslims toward Christians, it also existed among Christians, particularly along class lines, tabaqat. There was one particular person who was very emphatic about that. And he said, "It's not just Christians and Muslims." He's a young pharmacist. El-Minya is a political event, and these terrorists, irhabiyin, are striking at Sisi's weak point, Christians, because they've supported him. Targeting them is like targeting him. And the same person was also upset that when we went to a particular sweet shop, I was like, "Are we going here because it's a Christian shop?" And he got very angry. He said, "No, Candace, we're going here because it's the best shop in Nega Hamedi." I was like, okay. So Christian-Muslim relations in Egypt can't be reduced solely to persecution. And in villages like Bajura, this is from Nega Hamedi, the next one's from Bajura, but in villages like Bajura, Muslim-Christian relations are instead shaped by a constant oscillation between both friendship, in all honesty, and conflict. A Muslim mother might tell her child, "Don't eat in the Christian area, Shign Nasara," that's in Bajura, "that they'll poison you." Yet bring that same child to the church in November for the St. George festival to receive blessings, or barakah. Not saying this in some national unity frenzy. I'm saying this as just how everyday life is. In June 2017, I again walked through Bajura with Amin, and as we passed a falafel shop, I noticed a decorative sign inside that read that there is no God except Allah and Muhammad is his messenger, indicating that it was likely Muslim-owned. And I was just surprised the shop was open, given that it was Ramadan. In cities like Cairo, police often shut down eateries during the day. And further along, I saw a shisha shop with customers openly drinking tea and smoking, and I became very perplexed. So I asked Amin about it. He said, things are different here in the village, Candace. Only about half of Muslims fast during Ramadan. I found that to be quite odd. And I noted in Cairo that these businesses would be shut down. And he replied, we don't have anything like that here. ما عندناش الكلام ده. We live a shared life, الحياة المشتركة, and we decide what is acceptable. So shared life in a place like Bajura entails a collective frame. Just to conclude, shared life between Muslims and Christians in a place like Bajura is often destabilized when viewed through the lens of the diaspora, which are also shaped by global power structures and not just collective memory. So during one of our many post-dinner conversations, Amin, who I spoke about earlier, lamented, saying to folks in this room that Copts in the diaspora don't understand everyday life here, especially in Upper Egypt. They imagine there's constant persecution, but the truth is, Copts here deal with the daily mess and the humiliation, bahadela, of everyday life. Hardship, unemployment, and no future. So while sectarian violence and anti-Christian violence is part of this picture, so are class and economic inequalities. And Coptic precarity is shaped not only by religious difference, but also by poverty, geography, and limited opportunity. And for many, immigration to the US, where relatives speak of Christian flourishing and the American dream, feel like the only path forward. Thank you for having me.
Oh, we go. Can you hear me? Okay, we got our final panel before we finish with two speakers. So almost there. This panel is the regional focus on North Africa, moderated by Hulda Fahmy. Hulda is a communication associate with Jubilee Campaign and the international director of Set My People Free, advocating for the repeal of apostasy, blasphemy laws. She co-chaired the IRF Summit's global campaign to repeal the death penalty for apostasy and blasphemy. Raised in the MENA region to a Swedish mother and Sudanese father, Hulda holds a law degree from Örebro University with a focus on human rights and has also studied global journalism. She spent time in Egypt volunteering as a resettlement legal advisor for St. Andrew's Refugee Services before joining Jubilee Campaign. Let's welcome Hulda.
Thank you so much. It's a privilege to be here on Coptic Solidarity's 15th anniversary and also your policy day. I remember, they've been excellent throughout the years, so I'm really excited to be here, and it's wonderful to work with your team, Caroline and Lindsay. You guys are wonderful. And Ghada, and I could keep going. Let's, without further ado, I think we're gonna go straight into this panel, which is gonna focus on North Africa. As you heard, I'm half Sudanese and also lived in Egypt, also prior to the time I was in the volunteer work. I wanted to just read a quote from a Christian ex-Muslim. He's from Saudi Arabia, but I think it represents the views of many Christians and other minorities. You could put in any minority. But he says, "My dream is to have the freedom to live as a Christian in my home country." And I think this is what everyone wants, the freedom to live their belief, their identity in their home country. And I also want to say that from my time in Egypt, I've also seen that the Coptic society has played a big role in Egypt. I heard about how Copts have been very helpful in helping vulnerable people. They have places where they help drug addicts and people who are marginalized in society. So Copts play a huge role in society. You build Egypt and you make Egypt, and you're not just a side. So I think by your lives, Egypt should recognize, or the government should recognize what key role the Copts play. And persecuting them is hurting Egypt. So I'm really honored to have Dr. Abdul Bari here. I actually first heard about you, well, when I heard about the repeal of the apostasy law in Sudan. And I just wanted to read a little short thing here that my dad wrote when he got the news that it had been repealed. If I can find it. If I don't, then I'll just keep going. But basically, someone had written to my dad and said that, that it had been repealed and that you played a key role in that, and that we need to show support for the transitional government. Unfortunately, then later in October 2021, after a lot of positive changes in Sudan, the military coup happened. And now we see that 9.1 million people have been internally displaced in Sudan, many who have fled to Egypt and to other areas, Chad and so forth. I'm going to just read your bio now as well. So, Nasruddin Abdul Bari is a non-resident senior fellow with the NS Initiative at the Atlantic Council Rafiq Hariri Center and Middle East Programs, and was formerly Sudan's Minister of Justice, where he played that key role. In that capacity, he served as principal legal advisor to the Sudanese government, leading and directing Sudan's legal and justice reforms. He also participated in and contributed to the overall political reform and state restructuring efforts and processes in Sudan. Prior to his appointment as Minister of Justice in 2019, Abdul Bari worked as consultant for the American Bar Association Rule of Law Initiative, as a legal advisor to the Saudi Arabian Cultural Mission to the United States, and as a research consultant for the Center for Advanced Defense Studies in Washington. And he holds a Bachelor of Laws with honors and a Master's of Laws from the University of Cairo, where he won 9 academic distinctions. And I could go on, and I know you've played a role both within civil society and within the transitional government, so have those two very unique experiences. And then I have here Mr. Rashid Hamimi, originally from Morocco, and best known as Brother Rashid. And I've heard of you a lot because I grew up in Jordan, and I know a lot of met with converts, and many said, oh, it was because I was watching Al Hayat TV and watching your show. And now he has a new show that's called Let's Be Clear, and it's watched by over millions of people worldwide, and I think even people are watching reruns of the shows, and they've had a big impact. He's a former Muslim, a convert to Christianity, whose father is an imam. He's a Christian apologist and critic of Islam and hosts weekly shows. And you're going to be speaking about Algeria, and it's an honor to have you on this panel. You know, if anyone, about the situation for Christian converts in these areas and for Christians in general. And you also have an insight in what motivates or how people justify the violence against Christians and how we can address it. So I welcome you, first Dr. Abdul Bari, to share a little bit about Sudan briefly before we go into questions, and then also Mr. Hamami about Algeria.
All right, thank you so much for this kind introduction. It is my pleasure to be part of this advocacy effort, and I am very happy to see the Coptic community gather here in the United States to advocate for fundamental human rights. The parts that I would like to share about Sudan is actually related to the struggle for building a state that accommodates every person and every group in Sudan. We all know that Sudan is a very diverse country. We have more than 500 ethnic groups. We have, of course, Muslims, but we have Christians in the central part of the country, in the northern part of the country, and they are basically Coptics. And we have